You're crazy bitch, but you're so good I'm on top of it. When I dream of viewing you all night, scratches all down my back to keep me right on. Hey, you're crazy bitch, but you're so good I'm on top of it. When I dream of viewing you all night, scratches all down my back to keep me right on. You keep me right on. You're crazy, but I like the way you me.
Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time, kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Welcome. Thanks for being here. What a glorious day to be alive. Oof. Hey, my name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Yo, creepy hugs.
Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
Mary Santora is out. If you would like to join us, that's the three of us, please feel free. We will have some feminine energy here a little bit later on. A comedian, Julia Mary, is going to join us. She will be your leggy and vivacious, I can only assume, we've never met, but I'll be working with her tomorrow night for the Cleveland Funny Bus. I hope you've gotten your tickets, because I think they're gone if you didn't get them. We're doing an Alan Cox Show night in the Cleveland Funny Bus for the next handful of Wednesdays. And they have a variety of comedians who will show us around town and teach us things. And, man, I'm looking forward to it. And, of course, I'll be your host tomorrow night.
Yeah, Julia's very fun, very funny. She's been on my shows at High and Dry a bunch, and she's a lot of energy. So get ready for that.
Well, that's what you want.
Yeah. Oh, you're going to get it.
It's not the...
Get what you want.
It's not the... It's not the mediocre bus.
It's not the sleepy bus.
It's not the sleepy bus. It's a funny bus. So that'll be tomorrow night. But go to funnybus.net because I will have some passes for you next week. But they go quickly, and you should get them. We leave from Collision Bend in the Flats, and I'm just very excited to start this up tomorrow night. So we'll meet her a little bit later on. If you would like to join us, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. 35192 to send me a text. You cannot attach pictures, by the way. I notice a lot of people doing this, and there's no way that you would know that, but for people who send me photos or things, attachments by text, those will not come up. It's quite literally text only. So just to save yourself some time and save whatever hassle therein might be. If you want to leave us messages on the iHeartRadio app, you can get us there. A little talkback button. How else can people get us? They can email us. It's a brave new world of communication, for as much as people, it's an odd situation, these times in which we live now, where the means of communication have never been more myriad, but the ways that people want to communicate seem to be getting less and less. The more availability you have to people, the more people feel overwhelmed. And it seems the less likely maybe that they want to interact with people. And I fully understand that. My daughter had a soccer game last night, and we are off a little early last night. We're off a little early tonight because there's a Guardians game shortly after 6 o'clock. So it worked out perfectly for me because my daughter's soccer game started at 6:30. So I was able to get out of here, get to her soccer game. And, and I didn't insert myself into the proceedings. Gwen is one of the coaches, And so I didn't insert myself into the proceedings. I quietly walked up and I stood there and watched the game because they're all doing their thing. And it was quite some time before either my child or my wife realized that I was there. And that was fine. I don't need to walk in there. Hey, whoa, hey, I'm not that guy, right? But I have to say, it was the first game where I saw a sports dad. There was a guy who was really, when kids get older, you see this a lot, right? Where they're like, hey, Trevor, what are you doing out there? That kind of thing, right? Yelling. This guy, I don't want to oversell it. He wasn't doing that. This is first grade girls soccer, okay? He wasn't doing that, but most people don't really yell out much of anything. They're just, the expectations are low.
Was he out of shape?
Well, he was sitting down, so I don't know, but he was there with his wife, and his daughter is on my daughter's team. And I don't know him. And again, he wasn't being obnoxious. It was just that usually nobody's yelling out. But he was clearly...
Because they're 7-year-olds.
He was getting verbally frustrated with his daughter. And so I was like, my initial reaction was, is this going to go somewhere? Is he ratcheting? Because I hadn't seen him at any of the other games. Doesn't mean he wasn't there. Just means I didn't notice him if he was. Is he going to ratchet this up? So that's what I was most excited for. Because if you know my wife, she's one of the coaches, and she'd be in there throwing bows if things got rough. But you don't want to do that, obviously, in front of first grade girls soccer. And as it turned out, it didn't get to be a thing, but it was kind of so out of character for what that crowd usually is that it really caught my ear. And his kid was, you have one or two kids that are amazing. A lot of other kids, they kick the ball and then they figure, well, I'm done now.
Yeah, you kick the ball and you wave to your mom.
Yeah, kick the ball and then, you watch somebody else do whatever. But no matter how many times I've suggested that we make all these kids watch every season of Ted Lasso, they just, for whatever reason, nobody takes my advice. So I just stand there quietly and I support the team, but I have to make a conscious decision not to yell out because I can just muddy the waters, I would be prone to doing that. I'd be prone to yelling out, but I don't, I'm not going to do that. So, but it was a good time, nothing was, there were no issues or anything like that, but it was, part of me was like, if this goes somewhere, I'm going to join in. Because all you need is somebody to break the seal, right?
Right.
It'd be different if it were boys soccer, and you don't want to hear that, but I hate to tell you it's true. It'd be different if it was boy. I played soccer when I was in the first grade, and I was terrible, but I liked playing. And so if somebody had been yelling at me, my dad wasn't yelling at me during soccer games. My dad wasn't a big sports guy. So when I was a kid, he would coach our T-ball team. But again, I was the kid who would knock the tee over, right, all the time. I just couldn't I couldn't negotiate the bat against the ball. It's like when friends of mine go, hey, we should go to Top Golf. I go, why? So I can stand there like a douche and embarrass myself for 2 hours. Like, I'm never going to make contact with the ball. Like, I'm sure for people who golf, Top Golf is probably super fun. It's like the batting cages, right? You get out there, you get some drives. I'm like, I won't make contact with the ball. It'll just be, why am I going to do? I'm sure it would be super fun for you guys, but not for me. I'm not that guy. I don't golf. I would just be swinging the thing and but you never know. But sometimes you don't want to insert yourself into those situations. But when you get, when you get permission from somebody else, if you're at one of those games, and who knows, you see these, viral video clips of dudes getting into it. I was reading a thing the other day about some, middle school basketball. I don't know what it was. It had to have been baseball, like something, where the dude, lays the 65-year-old ref out. You see these? Where they just, break the guy's jaw or something. How angry have you got?
Yeah,
There's a video around a couple of
yeah.
days ago. The ref, these are guys who are just in the community or they're there to help out or whatever. Maybe they used to work at Foot Locker, so they have the clothes. I don't know. But, the last story I wrote was a guy who was 65 years old, and some dad jumps up and, lays the dude out. And then they have to arrest that guy. And, I don't know what could possibly get somebody so upset. Fortunately, nothing like that happens at these games. But I might, last few games of the season, I think I might take up that mantle. I might be the guy who's like yelling and just, hey, who, I might be that guy. But we'll find out. I don't know. You know how I don't like to draw attention to myself, Bill.
No, you hate it.
I hate it.
Hate having attention.
You know,
on you.
that's why I asked them to take my name off the van.
Why don't we change the name of the show?
What?
You want to change the name of the show?
And
we don't even have that van anymore.
And then I said, you know what? That's not enough. Get rid of the van altogether. And they said, you're never going to believe this, but we are doing just that. I said, finally. But they assured me it had nothing to do with what I said. I got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 to do that. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Every September, the biggest names in music take the stage at our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Taylor Swift, Green Day, Rihanna,
2 nights.
Luke Bryan, Mariah Carey,
on one stage.
Billie Eilish, Coldplay, Carrie Underwood, Elton John,
and once-in-a-lifetime collaborations you'll never see again.
Can you believe this?
Lady Gaga and Sting.
The police are here.
How you doing?
Florida Georgia Line and Backstreet Boys.
Such an amazing honor.
Mary J. Blige and Prince.
Mary, pleasure's all mine.
Justin Timberlake and Shawn Mendes.
Never done this before.
No Doubt and Pink. This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival returns to Las Vegas. You can buy tickets to be there with us before this year's lineup is even announced. Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets starting tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific for 24 hours only or while supplies last at iHeartRadio.com/festival. We'll see you at our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
At a time, you can choose either the bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant or the sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant, and each of these sandwiches come with a small seasoned potato. These sandwiches come on a melt-in-your-mouth, flaky, buttery croissant. It's topped with either oven-baked bacon or savory sausage and a fresh cracked egg, and you get to pair it with a side of perfectly seasoned warm potatoes. The Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is a breakfast you'll never get over because it's so yummy and full of flavor. So what are you going to do? You're going to get to your nearest Wendy's and order your $3 breakfast deal. Probably going to have to wait till tomorrow morning because it's only available during breakfast hours. But I believe in you. It's going to be worth the wait because tomorrow morning you're going to wake up. You're going to go to Wendy's. You're going to get the bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant or the sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant and some of those potatoes, and you're going to be so happy about it. It's a limited time only and participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours only. Select a request $3 breakfast deal to obtain discount. Not valid a la carte or combo orders. Wendy's, quality is our recipe.
If you're thinking about becoming a nurse, it's important for you to know not all nursing degrees are the same. Xavier University gives you the power of 3. Choose from 3 start dates and 3 in-person learning sites to prepare as a holistic nurse, helping people improve health, wellness, and well-being. The 16-month Accelerated Bachelor of Science in Nursing from Xavier, an exceptional degree that prepares exceptional nurses. Search Xavier ABSN.
Hello, I'm Kelly Burris, an attorney with the domestic litigation firm Cordell & Cordell. Here are a few quick divorce tips that we provide our clients. Number 1, if you must move from your home, be sure to at least inventory your important personal property. An easy way is to record video with your cell phone and narrate the walkthrough. Number 2, don't be lured into a confrontation or an argument. Walk away. Don't hand your wife an opportunity for an order of protection. And number 3, always take time to prepare for hearings and depositions. Insist on a prep meeting, whether your lawyer thinks you need it or not. And finally, make sure that you've secured your private records, your email, and other accounts. If in doubt, set new passwords. Cordell & Cordell has been a partner men can count on for over 30 years. You can schedule an appointment on the phone by calling 866-DADS-LAW or by visiting us online at CordellCordell.com.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Cleveland area attorneys. 5005 Rockside Road, Suite 350, Independence, Ohio, 44131.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
Hey, Mackenzie here. If you've been looking for a car, truck, or SUV that's in stock and ready for immediate delivery, you'll find it today at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. With 23 brands, 50 locations, and over 6,000 new and used vehicles in stock, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at the perfect price. For the location nearest you, visit KenGanleyAuto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
Low energy, or low E, affects millions. In fact, it would be running rampant if it had the energy to run. Fortunately, Planet Fitness can help. Now through May 10th, join for $1 down, $10 a month, cancel anytime. Enjoy equipment for every workout in our clean and spacious judgment-free zone. Don't wait. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down, $10 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends Wednesday, May 10th.
Planet Fitness is the preferred gym of the Cleveland Cavaliers.
See Home Club for details.
Your mom has been there for you your entire life. From teaching you the ABCs to celebrating your first promotion. This Mother's Day, give her a gift that's worthy of her lifetime commitment to you. Rosetta Stone's Lifetime Unlimited subscription is the perfect present for all moms. Whether they love to travel or are an empty nester who's looking for a new hobby, give her forever access to 25 languages for 40% off. Now through May 14th. At rosettastone.com.
Leonard Skinnard. Live in concert. Saturday, May 20th, 7 p.m. at Jacobs Pavilion to benefit Western Reserve Land Conservancy. Celebrating 50 years of Leonard Skinnard. Reserved and general admission tickets available. Tickets and VIP packages on sale now at AXS.com. Support from the Milwaukee Family Foundation.
At Jersey Mike's, watching them freshly slice the meat and cheese for my sub is a sight to behold. The layers of ham, salami, and pepperoni are even more glorious than the pink and orange layers of a sunrise. Yeah, the sun's pretty and all that, but in about 7 billion years, it's going to explode, obliterating the Earth and every living thing on it. And if there's no sun, there's no subs. Meanwhile, the only thing a sub ever obliterated was my hunger. Freshly sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Get Go Cafe and Market
You mean like Goofy?
No, more like Sergeant Stubby.
Ooh, we'll have to listen to find out.
New episodes of Badass of the Week drop every week.
Obviously.
On the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Some things are too good to be true. This thing is too true to be good.
The Alan Cox Show.
True that.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007 to join us live. 800-348-1007. 35192. Send a text. Detroit Tigers get one over on the Guardians last night. That first of three series there to the tune of 6-2. The Tigers end up a little bit ahead of the Guardians now in the standings. It's just a terrible, terrible division.
Did you see that guy that took one in the funky bunch?
I did see that. He got tagged out at second.
Mm-hmm.
The dude caught the ball and tagged him in his nuts.
Yeah. I think the ball bounced off of him first, and then the guy caught it, and then so he got like a double shot to the nuts.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, not great.
That's the kind of game. Jose Ramirez cannot do it all by himself. If you've watched Guardians games recently, that's the conclusion you'll no doubt come to. But 6-2 was the final last night. They'll do it all over again tonight. Right around the corner at Progressive Field. Guardians against Detroit Tigers. That is going to be a 6:10 first pitch. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they'll have the Anaheim Angels in town before they hit the road next week to play the White Sox in Chicago. And, Guardians, listen, man, there's still a lot of baseball to be played. What is there to say? It's too early, to be making predictions. People love to predict. Yeah. Love to predict. If you want to call us on the iHeartRadio app, you can leave messages there for us.
Oh, this is Alex Jones. I just need you to know that Friday, you're absolutely wrong. You were talking about that phone call that happened from Frank Stallone. So Frank Stallone and I are actually great friends, okay? And that's just why I wanted him to come on the show and explain to everybody that he wasn't trying to be mean, all right? We're great friends. I invite him to my birthday parties. He doesn't show up, but it's just because he's busy, Alan. It's not because we're not friends. And Tucker Carlson is my friend, too.
That's so much yelling. So much yelling over there.
Loud noises!
Jesus Christ. Well, Alex Jones. No, a guy called him, we were talking on Friday, a guy called him and used Tucker Carlson AI to prank him. And then he was like, I'm going to drop the call on Monday, but it was a whole bunch of nothing. And because it's Alex Jones on the phone going, yeah, is this really you? I mean, with AI. I mean, he bullseyed the guy. He's like, yeah, with AI, they can do everything. The world is beginning to kind of move a little bit closer, at least technologically, to like where Alex Jones's brain is. This guy has been saying for a while, we're going to have chips in our heads and we're going to, artificial intelligence is going to take over the world.
Have either of you...
At least on that front, he might be a little closer to reality than he's ever been before. What?
Have either of you watched AI porn yet, or no?
No, I haven't.
No. No. I can't even make it through their pizza and beer commercial without being creeped out.
Yeah, if
definitely
they
don't want to
can't-
watch AI porn.
Dude,
no.
if they haven't figured out hands yet, that's going to be a huge problem in pornography.
Especially for vaginas, and those are intricate.
Well, everybody's got their own little freak. That might not be a problem, but the hands are definitely going to look different.
I think they use like real bodies. They just put like other faces on the.
Well, that's a different thing. That's a deep fake.
Oh, okay. I'm confusing.
I thought you meant like AI generated pornography.
But I don't watch that either because it's really, it's just not okay to do that to people.
But I'm saying, so a deep fake is different than AI?
Deep fake is when they put another person's face. Yeah, deep fake is kind of stage one of this whole thing. AI is being completely generated by somebody who's, as I understand it, somebody who is instructing something like Midjourney or a graphics generator to say, hey, make me a pizza commercial with this and this and this and this and this. Maybe they'll write him some lines and then whatever. So it completely out of whole cloth creates. I follow a lot of like AI generated art on Instagram just because a lot of it's because I'm a sci-fi and horror nerd kind of, and so I like that stuff, what these things have come up with. But deepfake porn is like when they're taking Jennifer Aniston's face and putting it on Nicole Aniston's body, and making her do things, and then these actresses, You know, because years ago, these actresses, a lot of them had their actual nudes dropped in the fappening. Remember the fappening?
Oh, yeah.
How could I forget?
This is what. This is when
Poundcake's favorite day.
There was the male fappening.
Well, for hetero men, yes, it was all female celebrities.
The fappening.
Years ago, somebody hacked into people's phones or whatever, and they got celebrities' nudes. It was like Kat Dennings, who has a glorious rack, and all these actresses who were just put out there. So those were their own photos that had been hacked and posted online. But deepfake is where they're taking somebody, and deepfake is when the whole thing's going to get really, really messy. Really messy. Because the old axiom about the camera doesn't lie, that's going away. A picture can speak 1,000 words or whatever. I mean, I guess, but you're not going to like what those words are. It's, again, the belief that all of this is inevitable is nonsense. It has to be these companies that put this stuff together. They have people, they have investors to answer to, right? So nobody's going to voluntarily put the brakes on it because their rationale is, well, if we don't do it, somebody else is going to do it. But that's not necessarily true either. It's not necessarily a zero-sum game. But it's going to make everything really, really, really confusing. You think it's hard to tell reality from fiction now. You wait till all that stuff gets going.
I guess tattoos are probably the best bet. The tattoos that you can hide underneath your shirt, because that's like the only proof that...
You brush those out.
What do you mean you brush those out?
Well, how are tattoos proof?
I'm saying, like, if someone makes a deep fake of you on a fake body, you could prove, like, oh, well, that's not me. I have a tattoo, right here that no one knew about. And, I don't know. It's just like you can validate that that's not your real body.
I guess, but I mean, the lengths that you'd have to go.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, if you needed that.
You could tell your family that, but...
People can make an OnlyFans with deep fakes of you. That's wild.
Yeah. And they get all the money.
That's so wild, dude. That's wild. What a crazy time to be alive.
Crazy time to be alive. But, yeah, that's putting it mildly. Robert De Niro is a dad for the 7th time. He is 79 years old.
Ugh, that's some old sperm.
They say the fresher the mayo, the better the sandwich. But he still, De Niro, God bless him, he still likes leaving it in.
Yep. Perez Bilton's got some info on that later. Too.
Hey, Perez Bilton later on.
Yeah, some inside sources.
From Perez Bilton?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, when did this happen?
Well, I mean, that's just how...
Inside sources. Inside sources? Is that a new thing? Where have I been? Robert De Niro is 79 years old. I'm sorry. First of all, I didn't know he had 6 kids already. I mean, I don't get my subscription to the Robert De Niro Offspring monthly newsletter.
6 kids, 2
expired
ex-wives.
some time ago. Yes.
This new kid's with a new girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
So good for him.
He was talking to Entertainment Tonight Canada, and the reporter just happened to bring up his 6 kids. And he said, as an aside, 7 actually, I just had a baby. So, good for him. He's out there doing bad grandpa movies, and he's our buddy Sebastian Maniscalco. He's got a movie coming out about him and his dad, and De Niro plays his dad. It's called About My Father. But he's been divorced a couple of times. He was married for a long time to his last wife, and I think they had kind of an acrimonious split, this woman named Grace Hightower. And they had been together for a long, long time. And they split up. Tiffany Chen is the new girlfriend. And they've had a kid. So, Robert De Niro, would you call him the greatest generation's Nick Cannon? I don't know.
I feel like 7's not that much for somebody his age.
That's not for me to decide.
Because there's, I mean, the
seven's not
the
a
amount
lot
of
for
baby mamas is more the thing. But I mean,
but 7's not a lot for age 79. It's but having a 7th baby at 79 is a big deal.
Yeah. But I think that puts him more in the who's it, Mick Jagger that just had a baby like a couple years ago?
Something like that.
Yeah. So I think that more that camp than the Nick Cannon camp, where he's got 13 kids or whatever, and he's a little over 40.
Yeah, it'd be weird to be children of those celebrities where, like, you're 50 and you have a new sibling, right? Like you have a sibling that's like younger than your grandchildren, or
Right.
However that works.
He has grandchildren that have an uncle or aunt that is
a baby. I hope it's too bad that there's a writer's strike on, because baby uncle would be an amazing. I can hear Alec Baldwin voicing it in my head. Baby uncle. New from Pixar.
I don't know, but baby uncle sounds more like a Seth Rogen property to me.
Yeah, but there'd be too much of that goddamn laughing.
No, that's what the kids like. That's what the kids
Seth
want.
Rogen. He was Donkey Kong in the Mario Brothers movie. And they got to put that dumb, fake Seth Rogen laugh in there all the time, so you know it's him. I like Seth Rogen a lot, but that dumb Eddie Murphy laugh, okay, I get it. Come on. But listen, what do you want? So congratulations to, I guess, Robert De Niro. This is what happens when you get a young girlfriend. That is the deal with the devil that you make, is you get a young girlfriend, you get to march her around on your arm, you get some arm candy, but she goes, I want a kid. And he goes, okay. I mean, De Niro, I think, was one of these guys who lost money with Bernie Madoff. He played him in the movie for HBO.
Yeah.
But didn't Robert De Niro lose money with Madoff? Or he lost some years ago. Maybe it was in the divorce. Maybe I'm getting that wrong. But I think in that Grace Hightower divorce, he lost a lot of money, which is precisely why you see De Niro now in every movie, because he doesn't turn anything down. It would be nice to be in your golden years as an actor to go, I really get to pick and choose my roles. I get a stack of scripts. Because even though I'm 79, I'm still Robert De Niro. I get a stack of scripts. I get to go through them. And I go, yes, no. But he's in Nicolas Cage territory, even though he's kind of coming out of that now. But, you lose a bunch of money. You call your agent. Okay, everything that comes across my desk, just tell him yes. Say yes. What if they can't make your quote? Don't worry about it. I'm 79. I ain't making $15 million a movie anymore. Nobody is. So, I'll just do it. Trouble with Grandpa? Yes. A bad Grandpa? Yes. Sebastian's dad? Yes. I'll do it all. I don't care what you want to put me in. I have a baby, for Christ's sake. I'm not doing Goodfellas Part 2. I got to do whatever they send to me. I got to do... Oh, God, I watched a movie with him and Pacino the other night. They're trying to recapture that Heat, lightning in a bottle, from 30 years ago. There was a movie called Righteous Kill.
Yeah, I remember that one. That came about, 15 years ago or so?
Is it that old?
Yeah, it's been out a while.
I had to rewatch King of New York with Christopher Walken just to get the taste out of my mouth. I mean, you can only do so many goddamn analyze this.
Yeah, right.
He was in Joker. Right?
Yeah, I mean,
he got teats up in Joker.
We know how these are accurate, but $500 million is what it says his net worth is. So he's probably doing just fine.
I don't think that's true. I think a couple of years ago, he was very public about the fact that I need money. Maybe that was before. I mean, nobody walking around with $500 million. There's no way that's true for Robert De Niro.
It says it on the internet.
Oh, well, okay.
It says the same place where it says you're a millionaire, so it's got to be true.
Yeah, right. I'm nowhere near a millionaire. Let's just extrapolate that out from. So he's got a bunch of stuff. He's going back to the mafia well. He's doing a movie called Wise Guys where he plays two people in the 50s. Are they going to jet black his hair out again like they did in The Irishman? I don't know.
Man, I hate that.
He's kicking a guy's ass. He's supposed to be 27 years old, and he's very clearly an old guy with jet black hair. So he's got a bunch of movies coming out. And like top-line movies, not necessarily The War with Grandpa, but he did a movie called The Comedian that I liked and nobody saw. but I thought it was real good.
I never saw that one either. I remember he worked with Jim Norton on that.
Yeah.
Like he followed Jim around to clubs in New York City, and that was Jim Norton's a huge fan of him, so that was a cool experience for him. It says Robert De Niro lost $88 million
in his divorce.
No, from
Bernie Madoff?
Some painting scam.
Oh God, there you go. So even if you're Robert De Niro, you don't have $88 million to lose. I guarantee you don't. And you sure don't. Even if you did, you don't want to. And again, King of Comedy is still one of my favorite movies. I mean, it's 40 years old, but still one of my favorite movies of all time. But he's got a new kid now. Alan, do you think older children of people like De Niro get upset when there's a new baby? Now they have to split their inheritance with one more.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, and you might even be prone to focusing more on the kid because you're not going to grow up. The kid's not going to grow up with you around.
Right.
Yeah.
He's 79. I mean, the kid will be lucky to have his dad when he's in high school. Whereas your other kids, they're grown. They have their own lives. They've got their own finances. They've got.
Yep. They'd probably leave the kid more in like a trust or something because he's not going to be around. Which I'd be okay with. That's what I got. It's just like child support. I got child support. You know? Didn't have my dad around. So, yeah, leave me a cool, a year for every, or a million for every year that you'll miss of my life. So leave me a good, $50 million.
Alan, wait until the deep fake of you eating a whole bagel with butter on it. Oh, my God. Can you imagine
and
that?
And a banana with a peel.
Everybody will know that's fake. They'll go, this guy hasn't turned over a new leaf.
He would never.
No.
He would never do
not
that.
Not this guy. Although, I did have a banana this morning, and I left the peel on.
See, this is what's going to sow discourse. We're not going to know what's real and what's not because now that you're
I'm changing
your
it
ways. Yeah.
I'm changing it up.
I'm going to be like, when my sex tape leaks, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's a deep fake, guys. Don't pay no attention to that. I can't believe someone would release a deep fake of me.
Oh,
doing
no.
all that stuff.
The fake isn't the only thing that's deep.
Hey.
Oh my gosh, that's disgusting. I can't believe he got that all in there.
I left the peel on because I knew I was going to be driving and I didn't want to get my steering wheel all gooey. Whatever's, you touch a banana. Normally I would peel the entire banana, and I'm roundly mocked for this, but that's fine. We all have our own things. I'm roundly mocked for the fact that I will eat a banana by peeling it and then eating it. Doesn't take me long to eat. I practically deep throat the whole thing. You'd like a pound cake. I'll send you some video. But this morning I left the peel on, and I thought, let's see what everybody's talking about. Now, I had to put my own spin on it, so I did it like the apes do, where you peel it down to the stem, right? The stem is nature's handle. So I go, all right, I'll do it that way. And it was okay. I don't know if it's going to become my default way of eating a banana. I can't promise you that. So if you've got a scorecard at home, don't mark it just yet. But it was all right. It's okay. I don't see what all the hype is about.
Just for the very reason you did it, to keep your hands from getting sticky.
Yeah, I guess.
That's the whole idea.
Yeah. But again, sometimes you want your hands sticky. You never know what the day's going to bring. You want to be prepared.
I don't need my hands sticky from a banana. There's other ways.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right.
I know lots of other ways to get my hands nice and sticky.
Well, Robert
but even
De Niro
then, I don't really want my hands sticky ever. I hate feeling sticky. I think sticky is my number 2 of things that I don't want to feel. Like if my hands feel sticky, can't stand that. But number 1 is like gritty, like dirt,
like sand in your hand.
Sand.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I can't do sand.
You don't like sand.
That's why I don't like to go to the beach. I don't like the sand.
Boy, what is this resistance of sand that everybody has? I don't like sand. Sand in your toes is great. You walk around on the beach. It's warm.
It's great when you're there.
Yeah.
But then as soon as you're not there and it's following you around and it's never leaving you alone.
You brush your feet off.
Your car, it's never all gone. And even then, like, I'm good for like 10 minutes on the actual beach.
Oh, yeah?
And then I'm like, let's go somewhere. Grass is way better than sand to sit on.
Well, to
chill
sit
out
on maybe, but like
sit
to
and-
walk around on the beach, that's nice. It's warm.
for 10 minutes.
There's water
But
there.
sometimes it's not always that warm either.
Grass, you could be
sometimes
walking
it can be really
on-
cold, and sometimes it's so hot that you're burning your feet, and that's miserable.
Yeah. But grass, you
Sand
never know it. You
sucks.
could be you could step in a poo. There could be worms.
Well, yes,
You don't know
but
what the
could-
hell's in.
you
You're not
could
gonna. It's not gonna
you
be a
could step
poo-
in glass in sand. Technically, you're stepping in glass.
Yeah, but it's not going to cut my feet. I'm not going to have to hose my feet
Well,
off.
that's
'cause I
also why I'm not a barefoot walker.
Stepped in a turd.
I know.
You're walking on the beach in shoes.
Not shoes, but usually I'll wear slides or flip-flops.
Yeah, but then
or
your
something.
sand gets all in your slides.
Yeah, and
No
that's,
wonder you got a problem with sand.
But again, I mean, I'll usually carry them, but I'm just not. I don't like sand. It's not great, especially if you're like putting down a blanket and hanging out, and then some person walks by and all the sand like blows all over you. Sand beaches are garbage. Beaches are garbage.
In Ohio, they are. Yep.
Everywhere.
That's why people are walking around picking up the trash.
All of them stink.
I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192. You can watch if you like at AlanCoxShow.com. Live stream is there. And we'll be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W.
americanfamilymuturanscommerce.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Idiot. Stupid moron.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Hey, Sausage Party Show. It's Sarah and Niles. Bill, I feel the same way as you do about beaches and the sand. Whenever you want to be there, it's too hot, and then you get sand in all your stuff, and then you have sand in your stuff for like a month, and that makes me nuts. Also, I'm super white, and I get sunburn if I look at the sun. Case in point, yesterday I was outside for about 15 minutes, and I have sunburn on my chest. Thank you. Bye.
All right, well. It's got a double whammy there, though. She's got skin like milk. That ain't good.
Yeah, I like being outside for a little bit. I mean, I'm more of an inside person, but I don't mind being outside. I just think there's better places to be than the beach.
Mm-hmm.
I like, the view that I have of the water from my condo is very nice.
Mm-hmm.
From the, courtyard we have in back, from the pool in back. Love it out there. No sand. It's nice. Give me a pool over a beach any day.
Well, there's Sarah from the beachfront town of Niles, Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what kind of shore they've got out the Meander Creek Reservoir, but if you ain't for it, you're again it. And she does not like it. She's already got sunburned after 15 minutes. Well, what do you want? Hey, the Guardians are going to play tonight. Lost to the Detroit Tigers last night. 6-2 was the final. Second of 3 tonight. 6:10 is the start. 6 o'clock will roll out. Get you ready for that game. And it looks like it's going to be a gorgeous night for a ball game in Cleveland, Ohio. The weather for the remainder of the week seems like it might be the kind that you want to hang out in, rather than it being, super rainy and then a little bit of sun comes out. 60s and 70s, I think, all told over the next week or so. So that's nice. I was reading an article on this morning, and my own personal experience with this was not long ago. I was reading an article on guilt tipping, not guilt tripping, guilt tipping has reached, well, I hesitate to say the tipping point, but you get my point, because it's in self-checkout aisles now. So there's been this, you want to talk about a slippery slope, there's been this increase in tipping opportunities that I assume is a function of the post-pandemic economy, where a lot of retail workers, a lot of service industry types, you see more and more opportunities or requests for tip at places. Well, now it's at the self-checkout aisle. I experienced this in the Phoenix airport, where one of the Hudson News joints, if you didn't want to wait in the serpentine line to get a friggin' bag of combos and a lemon water, you could go over to this kiosk and check yourself out. But at the end of it, as I'm doing this, you're overcharged for everything in the airport, so I literally think like a bag of combos and a water was like $15. Asked me if I wanted to check, or if I wanted to tip. And I literally looked around. I'm like, who am I tipping? I think it's asking a lot of you to assume that the tip is going to get
to the right person,
distributed right. So if you don't even, most people don't even want to give a tip to a human,
right,
for making you a latte. They sure as hell don't want to give it to. I'm doing the work. You should be tipping me.
I just dealt with this.
I'm doing the work at the grocery store or whatever. I'm checking my stuff out. This is free labor. You should be tipping me, and more than just fuel perks.
No, yeah, gone are the days where you just tip your waiter or your server or whatever. I just dealt with this when I was over at Shake Shack. When you go to check out, they have she rang me up and then she was like, oh, and then is there an opportunity for a tip? And just because she was at the register right there, I figured that she could see if I left something. So I was like, I can leave them $1 or something.
That's why they call it guilt tipping, because they're right there.
They're right there. So I just put in $1. I was like, okay, I'll whatever. Because if she doesn't see it, then no harm, no foul. It's just $1. But if she does see it, I left something. I'm sure some people, don't care. So they're like, whatever, I don't care. She's standing right there. I'm not about to tip. So I tipped. So this literally just happened to me.
Well, and this is also what I see something like this happening is it's going to cut into the other things at the grocery store, for example, that they ask you if you want to kick in, right? Do you want to give $2 to St. Jude's Children's Hospital?
Nope, just tipped you.
Well, I always go, yes, of course. Or do you want to round up for, that's nothing. Everybody can do that. It's like you want to round up your 8 cents to give to the whatever. But they're all, and they want to fill out a thing. You don't have to fill out the thing with my name on it. The tip's fine, or the donation's fine. A lot of people, though, they're like, nope. Hey, you want to give $5 to the Cleveland Food Bank? Nope. You want to give, and listen, it's their money. Do what you want.
I admire those people. They can tell their truth.
That to me is more guilt tipping than the other stuff. Like, I'm a good tipper, and if they ask, even if they don't ask, even if it's just on the screen, you want to give money to actually a kids thing or whatever. Yes, of course. Here's a couple bucks. Not going to change anybody's life, but asking for a tip while you're doing the self-checkout. It's like, what the hell's going on here? So it's like digital panhandling is what it's turned into. We went to a restaurant a couple of weeks ago, and they have the thing now. I may have even talked about it. They have the thing now at some restaurants where they just do your card at the table. They don't walk away and bring you back the little leather folder. They do it right there.
Yeah.
And they can print up your thing if you want, or if you don't want a receipt, they just give you the handheld thing, and it has the tip options on it. So it's preset, obviously, so you can push one of the buttons. But the wait person has to kind of stand there like they're not looking while you're doing that. So they have to kind of pretend to be looking around the restaurant because I guess they feel like they have to give you a modicum of privacy in a situation like that. And I don't care. If you did a good job, I'll even if you didn't do a good job, I'm a good tipper. But
you should be. You're a millionaire. Don't be greedy.
Not a millionaire, Cody. You know how many people I got hitting me up for donations for stuff because you dummies talk about how I'm a millionaire?
You are.
I'm not.
You are.
If I was a millionaire, would I be doing this crap?
Yes.
No, I wouldn't.
I was going to throw off not being a millionaire. That's what you would say. That's just what a millionaire would say. I don't want people hitting me up. You think I would be doing this? You think I would just be shopping here? No, I'd have jewelry and I'd have a chauffeur and blah, blah, blah. Yes, you're a millionaire.
I'm not you. Jewelry and a chauffeur.
Bill Gates walks around looking like he shopped at Payless.
Because you look at me and I'm jewelry and a driver kind of. I'll tell you what, though. If I had, I'll tell you what, if I had that kind of money, when I think about it, people go, what would you do if you had the money? Driver. A driver is the flex, man. There's a lot of things I don't give a fat frog's ass about if I had a ton of money. But a driver would be awesome.
Opening up the door.
Probably not in Cleveland, but like if you're living in New York or some massive city, a driver to say to a guy, pull the car around. That would be teats. That would be fantastic. A driver would be the one perk I would allow myself.
Treat yourself.
For my wife or what, hey, tell Vito to get the car.
Bostwick.
Come on. Bostwick. Get my car. Bring the car. Except here's the thing. It would be a real POS, the car. So I'd have a driver, but it would be like an 86 Dart. You just sit in the back seat and, No, you get a nice car and you get yourself a driver.
I put an addendum on my name. Cody Brown, son.
Go ahead. You do what? What would you do? You'd put what?
I'd add on to my name.
Yeah.
And so it'd be like Cody Brownson Esquire.
Brownson. Yeah.
Like, what do you mean? I come from that long line of Brownsons.
Bostwick, get over here. I need you.
Bostwick. Yes, sire.
You make him call you sire?
Yes,
what? But you're not a sire. You're just a regular guy.
I need you to bow to me.
But you still want to be a regular guy to the help.
No.
Yes. That's what keeps you, even though you have perks, and even though you have a certain level of privilege, you know where you came from.
Saya is a good boss.
None of us came from money. You know where you came from.
Saya's very grounded.
Sires aren't. This guy.
I love my work here.
Yeah, right.
Sire's very good to us.
Sire. Pulled that out of his ass.
Does Sire allowed you to call me anything else? Why would I call Sire anything other than Sire? Sire is his name.
Wow. So they only call you that.
That's my name.
It's pretty wild. Yeah.
Some of us have a fantasy, Mr. Millionaire, okay? Some of us dare to dream.
No, I'm just saying that if you were living in a place where you were sitting in just interminable traffic all the time, it would be great to be back there. Like, you could be writing or doing some work or whatever. And I like driving. I do like driving. But it's because in a place like this, you can get everywhere in 20 minutes.
That's still a flex. There's no traffic whatsoever. And you got like...
you got a driver.
Not even that. You just have like what do they call it? Where you have a police escort.
Yeah.
You got the police on their motorcycles with the sirens. There's no one on the road. Like, what the hell is going on? Is the president in town? No, that's
It's a whole motorcade. It's Alan's motorcade.
Just always a motorcade.
We can't ever get any sleep around here because there's always sirens. Alan's coming around the corner.
That's right. I got a pace car with, it looks like a funeral.
Everyone hates
procession.
you. Like, take off your stupid flags on your car. You can't park everywhere. This is a handicap spot. It's like the Princess Diaries.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes Gwen. She thinks she's so cool with her millionaire husband.
And their motorcade.
Yeah. Even if I had any delusions of grandeur, even if I was that kind of person, my wife would consistently kick me in the balls. This past weekend, we went and had dinner. I was going to the Spirit Box show by myself. I said, hey, let's go have dinner somewhere before, because I was going to the show by myself. So me and Gwen and Nora, we went to dinner. This place we hadn't been before. It's a new place. And the food was awesome. And we have a couple of drinks. Food's great. We'd never been there before, so a fantastic first impression. And the waiter, who couldn't have been nicer, comes out at the end and kind of crouches down at the end of the table. And he said, the owner and the staff would like to comp your bill. And without even missing a beat, Gwen goes, why? Now, I know why, but it didn't even occur to her because that's the kind of respect I get in my own home. She goes, why? He goes, because everybody back there's a fan. And then I'm thinking, well, maybe they saw my name when they made the reservation. I don't know. And I said, that's awesome. I said, can you ring me up something so I can tip? And he goes, sure. But Gwen would always keep me honest. She's like, what?
If she was a trophy wife, she'd be like, ring him up. Say he can afford it. That's okay.
She has a trophy. Well, look at her. Look at me. What are you talking about? She has a trophy. She doesn't have to be 21 to be a trophy wife.
But a material trophy wife, like,
Oh, yeah, that ain't her.
Yeah, she's not like that. Not wearing the Birkin bags or, like, the jewelry.
Yeah.
She's a natural beauty.
Well, she's just not, she's more boho. She's not Rodeo Drive. That's just not her vibe, right?
Don't let me marry a rich man.
But don't let you marry. Okay, we won't.
I don't think we have to do anything to keep that from happening.
I know.
Poundcake comes in one day and he goes, oh my God, I met a millionaire. We're like, oh, don't marry him. We're calling the guy. You cannot get close to Poundcake.
Yeah, just get him to propose and then you can say no.
There you go.
In a public setting.
Uh-huh.
Just like you've always dreamed of.
That's what he
Would that
wants
make
to
you
do.
so happy to turn down a millionaire's wedding proposal?
Can I please keep the ring? Yeah, that's all.
He wouldn't turn down he talks a big game, but he would never turn down a millionaire's wedding proposal.
I think I would.
No, you wouldn't. You want to turn down some scrub's wedding proposal.
Yeah, scrub, but like a millionaire, I would feel like, I'm his sacrifice. Like, what are they going to do? I was watching this movie over the weekend, or no, maybe it was the other night, where it was called The Invitation, and this girl goes to Europe, and she meets this wealthy family.
It's a vampire movie, right?
Yeah, but they're her sacrifice, and she's the only black one. That's literally what I feel like.
She's their sacrifice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, what's up? What'd you do?
Wait, are you saying you're worried you're going to meet a rich vampire?
Just anyone who's going to sacrifice me.
Oh, he doesn't trust any. He's worried that he'll meet somebody who ends up being very classy, very European, let's say,
Right.
very wealthy. His wealth comes from all kinds of unknown, untold sources. And it turns out, upon further investigation, that he's a vampire. You wouldn't let him just bite you and then you live for eternity in luxury. Of course you would. Why are you even hesitating?
Because there's
of course you would. A catch. Yes, the catch is the catch is immortality.
Yeah.
What catch?
The catch is you can't go out during the day. That's the catch.
Yeah.
Everybody knows the
All right,
rules.
then yes, I totally do it.
Of course.
Yeah, you don't care about the sun.
Living at night? That's the best.
Can I still go to Orange Theory? Can they just like make the dim the blinds?
No,
or
because
whatever?
you stay the same. Like you don't
have to
gain
do
weight
anything.
or anything.
I
Yeah.
know, but I still want to be shredded for my man. I got to share him.
You
with
can't
two other
lose weight.
bitches.
Like I'm pretty sure most vampire rules are you stay the same body.
You do?
As
I thought it was
when
just same
you-
age.
I think you say
So you have vampire metabolism?
It's really hard to gain weight when you're just drinking blood.
All right, well then.
I mean, Matt Berry is a fat vampire in What We Do in the Shadows.
Right, but he must have been fat when he got bit.
That's what I'm saying. I had no
Yeah.
idea that your body had to stay the same.
Well, let me
I'm pretty sure it does.
I know you don't age, but like your actual, your physiology stays the same. So if you get bit, let's say you're like, and everybody's like, oh, I'd like to lose a couple of pounds. I'm about 15 pounds overweight. If you got bit
I'm just trying to get to my vampire weight. That's all I'm trying to do. I want to get to my vampire weight.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, well, no, wait, hold off on biting me for a bit. Let me do another transformation challenge. Let me get ripped.
Before the real transformation challenge.
Yeah, I got to be, I got to cocoon myself before I turn into a beautiful butterfly.
Wow, okay.
So, yes, but I will have some stipulations first.
Stipulations, this guy.
I can't believe you saw that Invitation movie. It was so...
Stunk.
Yeah, it's...
There's a way better movie called The Invitation from a few years ago. That's a way better movie about a bunch of people at a dinner party that goes awry.
Yeah, we watched that, and I was like, ooh, she makes all biracials look bad. And I honestly thought about...
Look bad.
She was. I was like, this is a spoof on Meghan Markle, because I guarantee you they thought about... Because the girl's like a biracial, and she takes a ancestry test, and
she's in those she's cute. She's
cute, but I'm like
she's in those she was in the last couple of Mission Impossible movies, I thought, or she's in the Fast and Furious or something.
She looks just like Meghan Markle, and I guarantee you they were thinking like,
she's cute,
snooty white people, and then they end up trying to sacrifice her.
She's actually a lot of people know her from Game of Thrones. Natalie Emanuel is the actress. I think she got famous from Game of Thrones, but she's been some other things. Okay, well then, I hope.
So just give me a minute.
For your sake.
Oh yeah, she was in Game of Thrones.
That you don't meet a rich vampire and have to make a terrible, terrible decision. I love people who dance around. They go, "Would you want to live for?" The only answer is yes. Yes, I would take a bite from a vampire immediately. Yes, live for.
All the people I love would die.
I'd watch all my loved ones die. Yeah, but you know the most important part? You wouldn't. You wouldn't. You'd live forever.
You get to remember them, and you get to make new loved ones.
Yes.
No, but not the.
You're like De Niro, but you live forever. Huh?
I say, but yeah, but
once you realize how many people you're going to meet over your life, and how interesting all those other people are compared to your dumb, boring family, you're not even gonna care that they're gone.
I think living forever is overrated because you only.
You
have,
don't. Who would possibly know that?
You don't even know.
Overrated.
That's what they're selling you with the whole Bible stuff, anyways.
Yes.
Eternal life.
Or these pills that they're going to let people, it's not forever, but like live to 150. Nobody wants to die.
You got me. Damn it.
I know what you Jesus dorks think, but this is the one ride. One time around. It's all you get. And so, yeah, nobody wants to leave.
Well, not in this earthly body.
Oh, stop.
I think people want to live.
Earthly body. It's the only one.
They want to be a spirit, and
Ugh.
they want to be who they want to be.
A vampire comes along and goes, hey, I'll bite you and you'll live forever. You'll watch something. Yeah, fine. No more, stop with the yapping.
I have eternity to make his life hell.
Get to biting.
It's also not just that you're living forever. You have like vampire
powers.
mythology is, you have the powers of seduction.
You
Which,
can look
come
in somebody's.
on.
You can look in somebody's eyes and go, "You will do. You go get me a sandwich."
Also, the
You know?
most underrated one, you don't have to go into anybody's house if you're not invited. Like, as someone that's like tired of going, like, I like to stay home. Like, we'll Zoom, Bo.
Yep.
I don't need to be going in your house.
I'm never going to be scratching on the outside of your second floor window, asking to come in. Let me in. No, man, I got plans tonight. I can't come in. Sorry. I got a break. Hey, I'll have Bill Maher tickets for you later on. He's coming through to do MGM Northfield Park a week from Saturday. Comedian Julia Mary is going to join us a little bit later on. She and I are going to be working together tomorrow night on the Cleveland Funny Bus. Next handful of Wednesdays is going to be Alan Cox Show night over there at the Cleveland Funny Bus, so we hope you can join us for one of those weeks. Go to funnybus.net for the details, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and
18th at rosettastone.com.
Happy Thunderversary. Celebrate Mountain Dew Purple Thunder all this month and win big. It's easy to enter. Just swing by your local Circle K now through the end of May. Scan the QR code and you could win a pair of Vespa scooters or a year supply of Mountain Dew Purple Thunder from WMMS and Circle K.
Badass of the Week, hosted by me, Ben Thompson, and my co-host, Dr. Pat Larish.
That's me.
Is an exciting new podcast from iHeartRadio that dives into stories of incredible badasses throughout history, fiction, and mythology. We're talking about ninjas, Vikings, pirates, explorers and scientists, and even the occasional awesome dog.
You mean like Goofy?
No, more like Sergeant Stubby.
Ooh, we'll have to listen to find out.
New episodes of Badass of the Week drop every week.
Obviously.
On the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Time to give stuff away. Why does everybody have to be on all the time these days?
Can't turn it off.
No, seriously. People are wondering why this guy is even on.
Turn it off.
Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
Here come the Hawks, the mighty Black Hawks. Take the attack, yeah, and we'll back you, Black Hawks. You're flying high now, so let's wrap it up. Let's go, you Hawks. Move on. Now all the Hawks. Here come the Hawks. Here comes the Hawks.
My Chicago Blackhawks get the first pick in the NHL draft.
They should pick Wayne Gretzky.
They're going to take Connor Bedard.
Bedard.
This kid who is...
help with the live stream?
This kid who is the next great white hope in hockey. Not since Sid the Kid, Sidney Crosby, going to the Pittsburgh Penguins some time ago. He's mid-30s now, but he was 18 years old. I was still doing some stuff in Pittsburgh with the Penguins when Sidney Crosby came in, and that was a city that had already borne witness to the legend of Mario Lemieux. But the Chicago Blackhawks have gotten themselves the number one overall pick in the NHL draft, and they have sold $3 million in tickets in 2 hours because they are sure that they're going to grab 17-year-old Connor Bedard, who is supposed to be the next hockey phenom. So the people there at the front office for the Blackhawks can't wipe the smiles off their faces.
Do you think they're going to make him like a theme song because he's going to be so popular? Maybe adapt the Black Eyed Peas song from Let's Get It Started to Let's Get Bedarded in here. Let's get it bedarded.
Oh, you said Black Eyed Peas. For whatever reason, I was thinking Black Keys. I'm like, oh, okay. Hey, listen, we had the number one pick with the Bears. We got it with the Hawks. How's about them Bulls? We could use a number one. Yeah, I know, but still. We could use that number one. We got Derrick Rose as a number one pick. They don't always work out. We know in Cleveland, the number one picks don't always work out. That's putting it lightly.
Bennett. Yeah.
What are you going to do?
I would say this is a good year to get the number one pick if you are the Bulls. Getting Wembayana.
Yeah.
That guy's going to be good.
Yeah. So at least the Blackhawks are most likely going to grab this kid. He's been on the NHL's radar since he was 14 years old. They call him a once-in-a-generation player along the lines of Sidney Crosby or Wayne Gretzky.
Just think back what you were doing at 14 and imagine adults being interested in you and being like, oh, you could do this professionally.
No one was interested in me. My peers weren't interested in me. Adults weren't in 1985.
I talk about this in my new hour that I'm working on, but I was a bedwetter, and I didn't stop wetting the bed till I was 14. So there's people that are getting looked at 14 years old, and they're like, this guy's going to be the next best hockey player of all time. And I wouldn't even have people be looking at him like, well, maybe once he stops wetting the bed, he could be something. Oh, people live such wildly different lives. It's really not fair.
The Blackhawks went into the lottery with an 11% chance of getting the first pick. The only two teams that were they were behind Anaheim and Columbus. The Blue Jackets stink. The Ducks and the Blackhawks all stink. So the Blackhawks did not assume that they were going to be getting the first pick, but they did. And so they're probably most likely going to grab this Connor Bedard. Let's get it bedarded in here.
Let's get bedarded. Let's get bedarded. Not it. Let's get it bedarded.
Let's get bedard in here.
Let's
Is that how they're
bedarded.
gonna? Let's get bedarded in here.
Yeah, let's get bedarded in here. I think that'll catch on. I think that's going to be a big hit in Chicago at Blackhawk games.
Well, we'll see. Listen, it's a big week for my home state of Illinois. They are also the first state to prohibit book bans. Sorry, dummies. Schools and libraries in the state of Illinois could lose money for pulling books off the shelves under a bill that the governor is expected to resign. You might have noticed that in a lot of these red states, they don't want kids learning certain things. Why? Because of freedom. And so Illinois is getting out in front and going, nope, not going to be any book bans. Is why red states, by the way, love things like child labor and child marriage. Because if kids are working, they're not in school. And having any kind of educated electorate is the last thing that right-wingers want. So that's why they're not satisfied with banning books. You'll see that they're starting to want to do away with libraries altogether in some states. If not closing them down, bleeding them of funding to the point where they can't stay open. Why? Because of freedom. So bravo, Illinois. They'll be the first state to ban book bans, if you will. Sometimes you got to fight fire with fire. There's breaking news, too, if you haven't seen the breaking news.
Oh, I seen it.
Seen it?
Alan Cox Show! Exclusive news update!
I'm a little, Trump lost that civil trial they found in favor of E. Jean Carroll. This was the woman who said that Trump raped her in a Bergdorf Goodman changing room 30 years ago. And he didn't really mount any kind of defense. They kind of stumbled all over each other. The jury awarded her $5 million in damages. They found him liable of sexual abuse and forcible touching. And then of defamation, because she put it in her book, and he said, no, this lady's a loser and a liar, and whatever nonsense he spat out at the time. But they did not find him liable for rape, as she had alleged. So I guess I'm curious, I don't know legally what the demarcation point is, if they found him liable of sexual abuse, but not of rape, as she alleged. I don't understand that. The jury deliberated for about 3 hours today and found him liable for all that stuff.
He's still going to be y'all's next president.
Well, she'll probably never see that money either, because there are layers of appeals and things like that, and, you know, the guy's not exactly known for paying his bills.
I was going to say, that's why people don't really go to court as it is, because even if you win, they can just appeal it, and it's big bank take little bank, and they'll just put it off.
Well, some people also want to get it off the books, and so, you know, it's not like nobody ever gets paid in these kinds of lawsuits, and I don't think anybody's shocked by this verdict either, because, again, they didn't really mount a defense.
I mean,
I wonder if there's any people that hear this and go, now I don't like Donald Trump.
No.
I know.
I still love him. He's still my guy. He just, need to get his.
Because you probably love him more because you're like, a documentary about him's going to be so nasty.
Because she said this happened in the 90s, so this isn't even remotely new information.
Right. But now that it's like there's a jury that said this happened, are there people that are like, ooh.
No, they don't care about courts
They're
and
bullying
juries.
I know. But I'm just wondering if there's one person out there's like, all right, that was the straw.
No, you don't root for the bully.
Alan, my dad was just watching TikTok videos, and I heard a fart noise in the background, and I'm sad to say I was the first to go, hey, is that Bill Squire? The Bill Squire fart that you're known for.
There's a lot of farts.
A lot of echoey farts, but there's only one Bill Squire echoey fart. Right? There is one fart that goes around on TikTok that I think is fake. Bill's is real.
Mine's real.
His is a Squifle Tower stairwell fart.
Yes.
It's got the trademark initial bubble.
Yes.
Before the full thing is released.
The bubble's how you can tell.
It goes down and then it goes up.
Because there's a lot of people that I think use one where a guy farted at a grocery store into a microphone or into like the phone when they had the like what is that called when
the public address system. Like in Walmart.
Yeah, and he farted into that. And I think that's the one that gets confused for mine a lot. Because mine never went viral. His went viral.
But my point is, they're so similar
Mm-hmm.
that people associate this with you.
I know.
Man,
Appreciate it.
Yeah. People are calling Poundcake Count Gagula. I don't know if that's gonna take off.
Count
Gagula. But something to consider. Does Poundcake realize that the catch is, as a vampire, he is damned to hell?
Yeah, I want to go to hell.
Right, but if you never die, theoretically,
there's
then
always a way to kill someone. You gotta do
you got it. Just be careful. You can't have garlic.
If they kill my
You
master,
got to stay away from the sun. You got to stay away from, stakes to the heart can't be lurking around every corner. If you're a cool guy as a vampire, people aren't going to be trying to take you out.
No, they would kill my master, and if my master dies, I die. My master's the one that made the deal with the devil. So I'm just like, you cute. I'll kick it with you for eternity, but you got to be good to me. He's like, I'll be good to you, but if I go to hell, you got to go too. I don't want to go to hell because of you. So no.
Yeah, but it's not that you die if your master dies, I think, in vampire lore, right? You don't die. You're given your free will.
No.
So I'm pretty sure.
If you die, if you're one of your master's wives and he's the one that bit you, he dies. Like, that's where all your power comes from. You feed off of him. So if he dies.
I thought you were just released from the spell.
No.
Oh.
No.
Where are you citing this from?
Every vampire movie ever. Whenever the master,
Yeah, but they've really taken their liberties with vampire movies. They're walking around in the daytime. They got,
they got the sparkly skin, like the stupid Twilight ones.
I watch Near Dark. I've never seen the Twilight movies, but I watch Near Dark, which is this kind of cult classic movie from the 80s. Bill Paxton, Lance Henriksen is in it, about these kind of nomadic vampires who are kind of just going across middle America trying to stay alive and sleeping in their van and whatever. It's pretty gritty. But, it's not like when the sunlight hits them, they explode. In some of these movies, they'll burn, or they can cover up.
Burn and burn and burn.
That's right. That, too. It's not just the buttholes that are burning the gay vampires.
Everyone that practices sodomy from the day of this message will get cancer in the butthole. It'll burn and burn and burn.
Having sex as a vampire would be exhausting. You would never.
Why any more exhausting than any? What?
It would be exhausting because you're like, did you go?
Well, then that's literally not exhausting if you never get tired.
Did you finish? Nope. I can keep going. Like, no.
Oh, you mean mentally exhausting?
Yes.
Right, but you could keep going until they finish. You never get tired.
Ouch.
That's a beautiful thing. So you're not getting exhausted. You're making every single person you bang happy. Happier than they've ever been. None of us can lay claim to that. What a world. None of us can lay claim to that. That every person we've ever had sex with, they walked away skipping down the street. They were whistling a tune. They were feeling the way that they, I'm sure we've all had some home runs.
Oh yeah.
But to have to be able to count on every single person, even if you got your moves down, it might just not be your night. Oh, it'd be great.
My moves vary from person to person. Is that normal? Because there's a bunch of different body types, and if a guy's taller than me, all my moves go out the window. Like,
you got to break out the rope ladder. I get it.
My moves are for people 5'11" and under. Like, anyone 6 foot and taller, like, Like, for whatever reason, taller people I sleep with are always bottoms. And I'm like, I need a stool.
There's probably stool. Anywho, listen, so you've got a height requirement is what you're saying. You've got a maximum height requirement.
Well, no, I'll still do it. I just have to change things around. Like, you can't just be a big Nelly bottom and be like 6'5".
I was making a right turn this morning. I had a real quick, I didn't realize that I was low on gas, and so I had to make kind of a quick detour to get some gas this morning. As I'm getting back onto the highway, I'm waiting to turn right at the red. And right across the way there, right in front of my car, is a dwarf on a tiny bicycle in a bright yellow, like hazard vest. Like he's either on, I assume he's on his way to wherever he works. And I was like, this is amazing. I'm sitting there waiting to turn anyway, right? I'm just coming to work. and he just crosses right in front of my car on his merry way. It's just something you don't see all the time. And so back to your height requirement, if that guy had been riding to your house, you probably would have been just as concerned with his diminutive stature as somebody who's really, really tall.
Yeah, I don't know the shortest person I've been with, but I definitely know, like, the tallest.
I mean, listen, people can get really short.
Yeah, I've been with...
You date some short people.
Like, I've been with, like, a 6'7" guy, and he was...
You ever dated somebody who was 2'6"?
I have not.
I definitely dated 2 6s.
But if you date them together, they make a 12.
Well, but,
Come on,
but you
man.
don't want them to find out that you're dating both of them at the same time. That's the trick.
Yeah.
Both of them together are a really hot chick.
Are one person?
If we put them together, have a, you know.
Well, again, but again, these are all hypothetical points of, you know, if you met somebody you really, really liked and they were tall, you'd be like, okay, I'll figure this out.
I know.
I'll figure it out.
I will figure it out, but I've said don't expect me to, you know, knock it out of the park right away. It's really going to take some time to get to the rhythm. Like, when you have a taller person that you're sleeping with and you're like the alpha, like you're supposed to be like the top, it's awkward. Like, it's awkward because you got to get them in like the submissive positions, and their body tells you that, no, why are you bending me this way? I don't go down this low. Like, my knees
Why
don't
are
bend
you
like
bending me this way? There's no conversation.
Well,
You
we
just
do have a conversation, but still, I got to get my swing. Like, I'm used to people, like...
Gotta get my swing.
5'11" is, like, perfect for me, I found out. 5'11" to, like, 5'6", between 5'11" is great. Anything shorter than that, I can deal with because I consider that like a spinner. But, yeah, it's awkward. But I'll still do it. I feel like that's a basketball player. 6'7" is like a short basketball player. I can do that.
A short basketball player is 6'7".
It's like an average, I would say. It's pretty average.
Yeah.
How tall is McBoyfriend?
Oh, he's like my height.
I was going to say, he doesn't look tall.
He's like 5'8", 5'9".
So he's right in that wheelhouse where you like it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right in his wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Is it that somebody tall would be initially intimidating? It's
not intimidating.
It's not intimidation. Okay.
It's not intimidating. It's just awkward positions. Like, if they're straddling me, you got a lot of leg that I got to move around. Like, I'm like, all right, let me try
You got
this way.
why'd you break up with the other boyfriend? He had too much leg.
He got too much leg. I'm trying to, like, you know, thrust, and he's like, oh, sorry, I got a cramp. Like, all right, we'll try this. I know, I just need to stuff some pillows underneath me or underneath you. You know, stack you up, and we'll be fine.
There are a number of WMMS street team, whatever that consists of these days, street team appearances at Circle K in the area. And they came to me early on and wanted me to do them. And I said, no, I will not do them because I'm preparing for this show. I said, here's what you do. You get a picture of me and you render it in cardboard. And then you set that up at these appearances. And if people want to take pictures of it, they'll ultimately defile it or do something awful to me, but whatever. So there are a few cardboard Allens that are out there.
I saw you posing with one last week.
And I think that when these appearances are all done, you should take one of those, Poundcake.
Certainly will.
And you should put it outside your door and then say, you have to be this tall to ride. And then people who come over, I know you have a McBoyfriend, but I mean, boy, God forbid if something goes out there and you're back to being single Poundcake, then at least you've got that. There's a QR code on my palm. I'm sure we could probably repurpose that somehow. They could just, you could get your own QR code on there, and then they could scan it, and it would have all of your specifications on a site.
You won't feel weird about me using your body as like a...
It's not his body.
It's not my body.
But it's a life size.
No, they rendered it shorter than it would be, which I didn't know cardboard was so expensive. I don't know why, but it's like shorter than it's not full. It should be
not
life
full
size,
but it's a little like
it's like
just a little bit shorter.
Yeah, it's weird.
That's funny.
Well, if I do that,
like,
I don't want
what?
I don't want to hear any fuss like, oh, Poundcake has, if people snitch. Poundcake has, your picture outside of his door.
No, I just said you should do it.
Okay,
It's not
just
snitching.
making sure.
Yeah, I don't know how many of them there are.
Like, hey, this is my boss and I love him. He gave me a job. Why would I not have him outside my door? I have him above my bed.
There you go. As soon as I get this laminated, It'll be full steam ahead.
Put it in work.
Otherwise, it's one use only.
I've got to take a break here. I'll have those Bill Maher tickets for you. He is going to be on the show next week, but he will be doing his stand-up at MGM Northfield Park on the 20th, which is a week from this Saturday. So if you want to go see Bill Maher, I'll hook you up coming back. 35192 if you want to text for anything else.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And every
deals are so good. See us online at bignissan.com.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, hey, it's free stuff for you.
All right, Bill Maher is back in Northeast Ohio. If you want to see him 1 week from this Saturday night, he'll be doing the 20th at MGM Northfield Park. Ticketmaster.com if there are tickets remaining. Get the tickets and info there. I'll hand you off a pair here. 2 tickets for Bill Maher on the 20th. Good luck. 216-578-1007 for caller 10 or 800-348-1007.
Did you miss us? 'Cause we missed you. Well, not Jerry from Willoughby, but the rest of you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
And shit blossoms on the buzzard, baby. 100.7 W. Brand new song here called The Pride of Tempe, Arizona. Gonna be touring all summer long. A band called Sugar Ray. Brand new song here, it's called Follow You Down. Buzzard, 100.7 W.
Did you see the sky? I think it means that we've been lost.
Like the Jim Blossoms, boy. It's a good band.
Great.
It was right when they were starting to get big that I think their main guitarist ended up killing himself in the early 90s. But Robin, the front man, they went away for a while, and then they kind of came back when there was a lot of forced nostalgia for the 90s. And so people still dig Gin Blossoms. They're going out on the road. It's a gnat in here. Jesus Christ, it's going to drive me nuts.
Mm-hmm.
How does a gnat get in here? Look like a mental patient on camera. Gin Blossoms are going out with the get a load of this. You're only doing about a dozen dates. Any more and your pants would explode. Gin Blossoms and Sugar Ray, that's Mark McGrath. Remember Mark McGrath? Yeah. Gin Blossoms, Sugar Ray with special guests Tonic, Emerson Hart and the Boys, and Fastball. Remember all those bands?
I love Fastball.
Man, what an exciting 90s thing going on here.
Out of my head. Was out of my mind.
There you go. Fastball. And they had a song called The Way.
The Way is a great song.
Yeah.
But Out of My Mind is a great song, and I love it. It's got one verse and then 3 choruses, and that's the song.
Is that what it is?
It's like about 2 minutes long. It's a great song.
Well, yeah. You got a Out of My Head. Is that what it was called?
I believe so.
I guess I forgot about this. This was a big hit for them, wasn't it? I was just thinking of The Way.
Yeah.
So they had a couple of hits there with Fastball.
Mm-hmm.
Tonic had If You Could Only See.
Oh, yeah.
And Casual Affair.
Ooh, I
and,
like this
some
tour.
other. And then Sugar Ray. In my estimation, the weakest link in the lineup here. But
probably the most popular.
You think so, Sugar Ray?
Yeah.
Every morning there's
that song was gigantic. That and I Just Want to Fly. I think it's just called Fly. Like that. Those were huge.
Well, Sugar Ray was a band, though, too, that had a hit with a song that didn't sound like them, and then they just went in that direction because Sugar Ray started as like a metal band.
Yeah, they were very metal.
Yeah, and then they started, like Goo Goo Dolls. They were more like a punk band, and then they had a big hit with a couple of acoustic tracks, and Fastball here on the Buzzard. Anyway, that tour, you're going to have to go to Kettering to see them. They're only doing a handful of dates. With that lineup, they'll do Kettering on September the 6th. Now, Gin Blossoms, by themselves, they are all over the place if you want to see them in 2023. Aside from this tour, they're going to be all over Ohio. They're going to do the Ribs and Rock Festival in June.
Where's that?
In Boardman. Where's that, near Youngstown?
Yeah.
Yes. They're going to do the Red Rhythm and Boom Festival on July 3rd. That's in Mason, Ohio, wherever that is. They're going to do the Tomato Festival.
All right, we couldn't get them for Buzzard Fest?
Nope. They were booked.
Yeah.
They were booked on the Tomato Festival. Couldn't get them at all. That's in Reynoldsburg, Ohio, wherever that is. I don't know where that is. And it's not like these dates are back to back to back. They're going wherever the action takes them. They're doing Kingsford, Michigan, and La Crosse, Wisconsin. They're doing casinos and rib fests, and God bless them.
Hey, get out there and do it.
Yes. You got a full tour.
I might go to that Boardman one. Oh, I'm going to be out of town.
They're doing the Fremont Street Experience in Las Vegas, end of October. Well, there you go. We're going back to Vegas the week of the 4th. I got to figure out what bands are in town when we're there. Because it can't just be drinking and being at the pool for a week.
You're just going on vacation?
Yeah, a buddy of mine is coming in from L.A., and so we meet him out in Vegas kind of once a year.
Because he's a high roller, so they get to...
He is a high roller, man. Everything's comped. Yeah, we just take care of the flights, and we'll pay for some dinners and stuff. But, I mean, everything else is comped. So
The high roller, but he's not sending you on a private jet?
A private jet? They're driving from L.A., and we're flying from Detroit.
Okay.
Private jet? He's not a millionaire. He spends a lot of money in Vegas, and so they comp him a lot of stuff. Private jet. I wouldn't know what to do on a private jet. Like, what's the...
You make your own rules. It's not what you're supposed to do. It's what you want to do.
And what do you want to do at 36,000 feet that you can't... What do you want to do?
Kick my feet up or just order food, take lots
Order food. They don't have a restaurant in the back.
Yes, they do.
On a private jet?
They will make you...
They got some food, but they don't have a kitchen.
They have
They got to pre-order the food. They got to cater. What do I know? I've never run a private jet.
I was gonna say I have friends.
But what do they say? There's a full kitchen.
They will make you what you want. Yes.
Yeah, if you tell them ahead of time. Hey, I want sandwiches on this thing.
Well, yeah, you say like, what do you like? Or
Sandwiches are good though.
You want chicken? You want
nothing,
seafood?
Nothing like going on a private jet and be like, "What do you want?" Oh, sandwiches.
Well, again, this goes back to trying to keep it real. I'd be out of place on a private jet. I wouldn't know what to do.
There's a friend of mine.
Poundcake's the real high roller in this group.
Well, I've never been on one, but I have friends that are high rollers that have. Well, even he's not even a high roller. His clients are high rollers. I have a friend I haven't talked to in a bit, but this is when he told me a while ago. He's a financial advisor. He has wealthy clients. A lot of them, some of them are in Pittsburgh. And so he's here in Cleveland, and when his clients need him on like a moment's notice, they're closing a deal or whatever, they have their jet. They fly it from Pittsburgh to Cleveland. He then flies on the jet and flies to Pittsburgh, and then he comes back the same day. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if his clients own a bank or whatever, or they are the bank. He didn't get into specifics, but that's what he told me. And so I imagine it's like a half-hour plane ride, so I don't think he's ordering, Chef's Kitchen, everything on there. But that's balling. Like, you're like, hold on, I'll be back home before, dinner, but I got to take care of this client real quick. And you just drive to the airport, fly on your plane, and then fly back. That's pretty dope. But it's not his plane, though.
Yeah, it's cool, but I mean, it's, I guess it'd be fine.
They can't wait 2 hours, though. Like, it's a 2-hour drive.
Yeah, just drive to Pittsburgh.
They're like 90 here right now.
Or to Cleveland.
Maybe.
I mean, as soon as you get up, you're descending. You're making your descent.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
That's
about.
puddle jumping. It's puddle jumping.
I mean,
I had a buddy that will do that for. I don't think he works for this company anymore, but he'll be flying back and forth to Boston, like 3 or 4 times a month, where they just fly him there, fly him back, fly him like in for whatever reason. I think it's because the owner of the company wanted to be back in Cleveland, so he'd fly out there with them and then fly back rather than them put him up in a hotel. It was just that kind of thing.
Poundcake, you know what we would do if you were on the private jet and I was the pilot?
No, I don't. Oh,
yeah, you
gentlemen, turn your attention to C-29F. We've got one person on the plane today. It's his private plane. He's a lottery-winning douchebag who nobody wants to talk to.
Just shut up and fly the plane.
I'd like to say goodbye to my wife and my children. I'm going to send this
Even if that was the Cleveland to Pittsburgh leg, I would point it right in the leg.
All because you're a hating ass bitch. You
That's
couldn't let
right.
me have my...
That's right. I'm a hating ass bitch.
I worked my entire life.
Didn't you read my Twitter bio?
I worked my entire life to win the lottery, and this is how you do me?
Speaking of Twitter, the blue check mark went away again. What is going on over there?
I don't know. I have one
It's
right
gone.
now, and I
Do
don't.
you?
I,
Yeah,
like mine goes and comes and
It's
goes
gone,
too.
and then it's there. I mean, I don't care, but I was like, that's strange. It was strange that it was back, and now it's gone, and whatever. I've barely been on it recently, anyway. So anyway, yeah, Gin Blossom's doing all these shows, but if you're a fan of theirs, they're going to be all around Ohio this summer. Yeah, let me play. Stephen Piercy, the voice of Rat. So it's not going to be Rat. It's going to be Stephen Piercy out there doing stuff.
Rat songs.
Love Rat. Yeah, Rat songs. Maybe he'll do some Vertex. That's a deep dive. His foray into like early 90s industrial when everybody was trying to get on that bandwagon. So if you're out there in the DT dub, looking forward to that rib burn-off, you really got a couple of different points on the curve there between Marshall Tucker and Stephen Piercy from Rat. That might be worth going back out to the DT dub next weekend. Ribs, barbecue. I bet, now I don't know much, and I bet the website would either confirm or deny, but I bet that they will also have alcoholic beverages.
Well, now count me in.
What do you think
I was on the
odds
fence.
of that are?
I was on the fence, and then you said alcoholic beverages. I'm like, you know what? That does sound fun.
I bet they'll have beers. I bet they'll have a variety of cocktails.
What I like about...
Now, you'll have to be of drinking age, I would imagine.
Oh, good, I am.
They do things a little differently there in the DT dub. But listen, man, you can have a couple of pops and dig on the Marshall Tucker band. What were you saying?
I like Willoughby because it seems further away than it is, but it's really like maybe a 25 or 30-minute Uber, which is... It's a little expensive, but it's not going to bankrupt you, and it's worth, paying for the Uber rather than ending up in trouble.
Well, it's not that far
from me,
but if you're driving under it would feel really far. Yeah, it's not worth whatever. That's right. So, yeah. And your gazebo is out there. That's exciting.
The gazebo.
The gazebo.
That's the one.
So you haven't been back to visit that recently?
No, it's been ages.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
I haven't done any. I mean, that's the only time I ever actually did anything like that at a gazebo.
Mm-hmm.
But it just became such a big deal to people that I got to, keep up appearances.
There's really lightning in a bottle, too, I think. Because
That's
it
what
wasn't.
Said. She was like, yeah. Felt like lightning in a bottle.
Because your finger was the lightning? Was that the... Yeah, okay. Because it wasn't something that you aspired to repeat.
Right.
You didn't necessarily want to become your thing. You just, discovered...
when people start making dioramas of it,
it
becomes your thing.
That's right. So, listen, man, if you are a fan of some of those 90s bands, if you're a fan of the Marshall Tucker Band, if you're a fan of smoked meats, it's going to be a good summer for you. Big, big summer. Who says there aren't huge things happening all throughout the state of Ohio? Right? And these are the perfect distractions, by the way, entertainment distractions, to draw your attention from all of the other awful, awful things that are happening here. Legislatively, primarily. But, if you can't be entertained, what good is life? And the Marshall Tucker Band, Rat, Stephen Piercy from Rat, they will come right in and take care of business for you. It's got to be weird when you're at that level of your career. Because on the one hand, it's easy to go, oh, ha, ha. It's kind of like a cliche joke to talk about bands doing rib fests. But you're getting to do what you like to do.
And a lot of people go those rib fests.
A lot of people go.
A lot of people go those rib fests.
Right in their wheelhouse.
Yep.
So if you're in one of those bands, you go, I don't care. I like playing in front of people. We're not getting crazy paid, but, we're out there. We're doing stuff. And wait till Stephen Piercy, the voice of Rat, comes out. And in between the Rat songs, he goes, hey, reason I'm out here, got a new album coming out. I thought Stephen Piercy was really sick. I'm glad to see that he's out and performing. But he goes, hey, everybody, good to be back. Guess what? Here's some of my new material. And then everybody can go get a beer. It's Stephen Pearcy, and I guess his backing band is called the Rat Bastards. I get it. Because he can't call him Rat. But, out there and doing his thing. 66 years old. You still get to be in front of people. And hurl expletives if you want to. Our own Erica Lauren set that precedent many years ago.
Yeah, she got
at the Willoughby Rib Burnoff when she and her band Hawkeye were out there, and we gave her a hard time for many years that there were a lot of children in the audience, and she was hurling expletives left and right because that's rock and roll. What are you going to tailor your performance because as a couple of kids, you don't think Willoughby middle schoolers have already heard that kind of language, that kind of salty language? That kind of gutter talk.
Not out there.
That's how, nope.
Family town.
But they're not shielding their kids from things.
We don't know
they're
that.
not. Well,
maybe not all of them, but some of them. Probably.
Some of them? Expletives?
But also, when you're a role model like Erica, that's what like you go, oh, we don't want our kids to think that that's how, someone like that is going to address a crowd.
Hey, man, whatever happened to do as I say, not as I do?
I don't think that's ever been stronger. I think that is absolutely
that's kind of the guiding principle.
Yeah,
it's the guiding principle. But I'm talking
of America.
With respect to children, with respect to kids. They say children should be seen and not heard. I think children should be heard and not seen. Because what will make you happier than the laughter of children? Doesn't matter where they are. You can't see it. Poundcake says, if I can't see them, I can't whip them.
I can't
Whatever
whip them,
it is.
I can't watch them.
Same thing. And if you can't see them, you don't know if they're getting in trouble or whatever. It can be, though, because a lot of these kinds of festivals will have kid areas. And there will be nothing that will send a chill down your spine faster than to hear a large group of children screaming because they're usually doing it out of joy. They're happy screams. But by the same token,
it's so loud.
It's very loud.
And very jarring.
And it can you bet you got to make double and triple sure that they're happy. Holy mackerel. So what kid doesn't love Stephen Pearcy from Rat? You get to introduce a whole new generation. Listen, I loved Rat back in the day. I wasn't really into glam or hair bands, but I could count on one hand the bands that I really loved from that era, and Rat was one of them. I had the T-shirt and everything, and Stacey Lehman stole it from me and never gave it back. That bitch. She stole my Rat shirt, dumped me, unceremoniously, and never gave the shirt back. Now, I don't think it was calculated that way. I think it was coincidental. But I never got my Rat shirt back. So I ended up with a broken heart and nothing to cover it up.
That was the only shirt you had?
It was the only shirt I had.
That's even more insulting.
And she knew that.
Yeah.
I hate lending people stuff.
I didn't lend it to her. She stole it.
Listen.
Okay, but I'm just saying.
I don't lend people my clothes.
Okay, see, I do. I'm like, you can wear it for the night. Just make sure you leave it in the morning or, make sure you give it back.
I'm not a teenage girl with 7 sisters.
Bitches love stealing hoodies, man. I hate it.
You got to be careful about that.
I'll try and be nice. And nope. I would never see that hoodie again.
I'll try to be nice, says the guy who just said, bitches love to steal hoodies.
They do.
I thought bitches be shopping.
No.
Why don't they buy their own hoodies instead of stealing them from us?
The bitches that are listening right now, they be like, yep, I do love stealing hoodies.
Oh, come on.
Guaranteed.
Point of pride for some of them.
I guess so.
Guaranteed they stole a boyfriend or ex-boyfriends or a male friend that
Did
tried
we
to be
have
nice
hoodie stealing bitches in that old song that we did? Was that one of the... So many different kinds of bitches. Hoodie stealing bitches, was that...
This one goes out to all
right?
dirty bitches.
Yeah. There's cheesy teeth bitches in there. No.
Here we go, ain't got no ass bitches.
Yeah.
Dusty trick bitches. Fishy bitches, wet bitches, goofy looking stingy bitches, loud mouth bitches. bitches. Short hair bitches. Spanish bitches think they all that cause they hair ass bitches. Instigating bitches. What? Litigious bitches. Bitches that ignore you when they know they hear you bitches. Stinky feet bitches.
Man, I don't hear hoodies stealing. Poundcake might be. I don't want to speak too quickly. He might be wrong. Oh, cheesy teeth bitches, right. All right, anyway, I didn't hear it in there.
Wait till those texts start rolling in. They'll be like, yep, I'm a hoodie stealing bitch.
I'd love to hear from you, by the way, just so you can prove Poundcake right. All right, I've got to take a break here. We're going to talk to Julia Mary. She is going to be working with me tomorrow night. She's one of the very funny people who are your tour guides over on the Cleveland Funny Bus. I will be your host tomorrow night. Every Wednesday in May is Alan Cox Show night over there. And go to funnybus.net. If there are any tickets remaining for tomorrow night, you'll be able to find them there. But we'll catch up with her in a minute. I'll also have Buzzard Fest tickets for you, too. August 4th, the return of Buzzard Fest out of Victory Sports Park. It's Incubus and Filter and Bush and Live and many more. So I'll get you a couple of tickets for that coming back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Every September, the biggest names in music take the stage at our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Taylor Swift. Green Day. Rihanna.
2 nights.
Mariah Carey.
On one stage.
Billie Eilish. Carrie Underwood. Elton John.
And once-in-a-lifetime collaborations you'll never see again.
Can you believe this?
Lady Gaga and Sting.
The police are here. How you doing?
Florida Georgia Line and Backstreet Boys.
Such an amazing honor.
Mary J. Blige and Prince.
Mary, pleasure's all mine.
Justin Timberlake and Shawn Mendes.
Never done this before.
No Doubt and Pink. This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival returns to Las Vegas. You can buy tickets to be there with us before this year's lineup is even announced. Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets starting tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific for 24 hours only or while supplies last at iHeartRadio.com/festival. We'll see you at our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
explorers and scientists, and even the occasional awesome dog.
You mean like Goofy?
No, more like Sergeant Stubby.
Ooh, we'll have to listen to find out.
New episodes of Badass of the Week drop every week
Obviously.
on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We're giving stuff away with the Alan Cox Show. Yes, we're giving stuff away.
For a 23-year hiatus, it is the return of Buzzard Fest. We haven't thrown this in since the year 2000. I think that's how the math works out. It's going to come back Friday, August the 4th. We're going to do it out at Victory Sports Park in North Ridgeville. Incubus, Bush, Live, Filter, Welshly Arms, Kaleidoscope Kid, Winona Fighter. Tickets, info, it's all going fast. buzzardfest.com. I'll get you in here. Pair of tickets for caller 10. We'll see you there. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Are you trying to make us all uncomfortable?
Alan Cox.
It's gross, it's weird, it's not right, it's not cool.
And there's plenty more where that came from. Back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Guardians tonight, 6-10, second of 3 against the Detroit Tigers. Guardians lose last night, 6-2, I think was the final. Now let's look ahead to tomorrow night. Let's put that behind us, and let's talk about the Cleveland Funny Bus. Julia Mary is here, although I can't see you. There you are.
Hello, thanks
How
for
are you?
having me.
Of
Good.
course. Julia Mary, very smart, no last name.
Yep.
Fend off the stalkers.
Exactly.
Good for you. Now, you've been doing the Cleveland Funny Bus for a minute now.
Yeah, this
right?
is our third year.
So, Cleveland Funny Bus, for the uninitiated, every Wednesday in May, we're kind of doing Alan Cox Show night in the Cleveland Funny Bus. So, I'll be there tomorrow night. We leave Collision Bend around 7. But I'm not there to be the funny one. Julia is there to be the funny one.
I am.
And we take people around. I'll just be there. Hey, we take people around, and you show them the sights and sounds. You don't want to miss me going, hey. I'll probably do some finger guns and, you know, all the faves. And then we drive around, and you show people things that maybe they didn't know. I've been here 13 years, and I am looking forward to learning so much from you.
Yeah, that's essentially, we take people down and around Cleveland. It's a tour, so it's a history tour. But
Yeah.
the cool part is it's BYOB, and your tour guide is a comedian. So it's like if you had a history professor that was drinking with you. And kind of drunk sometimes. So
Right.
it's a good balance between history and just laughing and
having fun, right?
You're from here, or did you have to learn all of these things?
I had to learn all these things. I was
Yeah.
born in Elyria, so I'm kind
Okay.
of like a refugee.
Right. But like the area,
yeah.
I mean. Yeah. You're not from New Jersey or
No,
something.
no,
Yeah,
no, I'm
okay.
from the area. Yeah, and I mean, the more I've learned about the history of Cleveland, it's actually pretty interesting. And a lot of it, you don't even have to write a joke about because it's just funny. And
On its own. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, so, but
Lazy,
yeah.
though.
Lazy?
Yeah.
I think
Write a
I think
joke,
I'm
Mary.
adaptable.
Or Julia.
Did you just call
Julia
me
Mary.
Julia Mary.
Julia Mary is going to throw him off because Mary Santora obviously is usually sitting there. And so you said 3 years now you've been with the Cleveland Funny Bus.
Yeah.
And how did that find you? I mean, how did you?
So I had
You'd been
started-
doing stand-up for a minute, or how?
I had started stand-up in January 2020, which
Yeah.
is a great time to start a hobby that requires a live audience, obviously. But luckily, before everything shut down, Dean approached me after an open mic. I'd been doing stand-up for about 2 months at that point. And he, gave me the spiel. He said it's going to be a BYOB history tour of Cleveland, but essentially it's a rolling comedy show. And he, gave me the card and we set up a meeting. And I thought, like, this is either going to be a great opportunity or I'm going to get kidnapped if I just get on this bus.
Right.
But I haven't been kidnapped. So
Fortunately, no kidnapping.
Fortunately, I was like, this is either too good to be true or I'm in trouble.
Right. You thought he was going to kidnap you on a comedy bus.
I thought the idea of, hey, you should get on this bus and drive around and show people things.
And it's BYOB.
And
yeah.
it's BYOB.
Right.
It's a PG-13 show. I was like, I'm going to ignore the red flags and just trust my gut. And I'm
Is
glad
it
I
a P?
did.
That might be some interesting information. This is a PG-13 show.
PG-13 show.
Okay, because that's good information for me to
Yes.
have. Because I like to drop some F-bombs, Bill.
No, yeah, when you're
when
especially when you're having some BYOBs.
That's right.
What's some of the wildest? Because people get a little, they get comfortable on the bus and they have some fun. What's some
Tipsy,
of the?
they're having fun.
Yeah. What's some of the funnest things that you've ever seen happen go
Funnest
down on that
things.
bus?
I have had one lady in the back take her shirt off. She was sitting with her husband, and she thought it'd be funny to like make a joke about taking her shirt off, and I kind of played into it. And then she actually did, and I said, "Hey, can you put your shirt back on?" And that was the extent of that. We saw.
Yeah, because the downside would have to be like you kind of also have to be a referee in a situation like that. Like you're trying to be cool and have a good time. You don't want to be like the school marm who's like, I don't have to tell a grown woman to put her shirt on.
Yeah.
Even though that is hilarious and fun.
What was she working with? Was it a...
It was. I mean, I wasn't mad. It was just. It wasn't the right setting.
Yeah. Ma'am, if you could just wait
This is
until we...
PG-13.
Yeah.
Keep
Not
it
NC-17. Yeah, let's do that. But you're not driving the bus.
No.
So there's a driver.
Yes.
You're on the mic going, hey, this is this. Yep. And tomorrow night I'll just be like, hey, everybody, here's Julia. And
then I'm going to go, all right, Alan, this is about me now.
Right, of course, as it's supposed to be. So it leaves from Collision Bend at 7.
Yeah.
And then, so people could go in there, get a couple of pops, bring them onto the bus. Because I think we're sold out for tomorrow night. I think they're gone for tomorrow night. But every Wednesday in May, you can join us. Bill will do one.
I'll do
Mary
one.
will probably do one. Yeah.
Poundcake.
I don't know if Poundcake wants to do one. Do you want to host one of the funny buses, Poundcake?
Looks like he's on the phone.
Oh, he's on the phone. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. So at least you don't have to, but it's been fun. I mean, it's been...
people have a blast. And at first people are like, what the hell is that? You know, it's a funny bus. But like everyone that's on it is like, this is so different than I expected. It was so much fun. I mean, I think one guy like 2 years ago said it was the worst experience of his life.
Well, let's not concentrate
I thought that
on
was
him.
funny too.
Well, also, it's funny because you're living a really charmed
Was it
life.
that guy's wife?
That was the worst experience of his life.
Or the wife of that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, that was...
My wife got drunk and took her shirt off on the bus.
Literally. Yeah, and I think with that, so yeah, we do the tours Thursday through Sunday, but with the Alan Cox special, they get 2 drinks at Collision Bend included in their ticket.
Who knew? Look at that.
So,
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah,
Sweet
so
deal.
you guys can load up there and we'll pick people up at 7. We do a stop about 45 minutes in at Flatiron Cafe. And that's where you can like recharge, take a couple shots. They
have a whiz.
Have a whiz, wash your hands, you know.
In that order.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, what little I found about you said that I found you on a SoundCloud show that was called Funny Christian Women.
Oh, wow.
I don't know how old it is. Were you a Christian comic?
No, I was a Christian. I was a Christian from like age 13 to like 21.
Okay.
I was real into it. I was like the cool little athletic. I had like 1 Corinthians written on my volleyball shoes.
You were that kid.
I was that kid.
So 13 means you weren't like raised with it. You found it.
They found it. I absorbed it. But
Okay.
Yeah,
Your family found it?
Yeah.
Is that what it was? And what was it, like evangelical?
Yeah,
or,
it was like Cool People Church, which I...
Right. You can wear shorts.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Please wear shorts, youth group.
Yeah, right. It's like in an old Sears Roebuck, one of those like strip mall churches. And so you're 13 and you're like, this is what I've been looking for.
Yep.
Way before, were you a funny kid?
Yes.
Okay.
I've always been a little... a pleasure to have in class.
Right.
But attention seeking a little bit.
No.
Well, you kind of have to, but you have to be too. You have to be like the, hey, look at me, gene has to be inside of you.
It has to be.
To do anything like this, right?
Yeah.
So there's no downside to that.
Then what happened with the church thing?
Well, that's a story that I share on the bus, which you're not going to want to miss.
So 13 to 21, you're heavily into Jesus.
I went to Christian college for 2 years.
And then you got old enough to drink, and you were like, maybe Jesus is going to take a back seat.
Yeah.
Was that a local Christian college?
It was Mount Vernon Nazarene University.
Where is that?
In Mount Vernon, Ohio, so outside of Columbus.
Yep.
Yeah, I went there for 2 years, and then we decided amicably that it wasn't a good fit for me because I had a Twisted Tea in my fridge. But it's funny because we had something called Friday Night Live, and it was like a skit show that the college put on, and I auditioned for it twice, and neither time I got it. So now I'm like, who's laughing now?
Right. So to go from Christian college to even a PG-13, this is a big leap. This might as well be like Def Comedy Jam for you.
Well, the story that you tell on the bus, I don't think is all that. I mean, maybe it's the way you tell it, but it doesn't. The way you've told it at my shows is not that PG-13.
There's always been two wolves inside of me. The one is a Christian, the other one was not.
But mom and dad are still in it?
Yeah.
I mean, were they disappointed when you said, hey, I'm out? Because our own Bill Squire is very much of that mold too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure you guys have talked about that.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, but I think at this point they kind of just know that it's not for
That's
me.
what it is,
So I'm like,
yeah.
instead I'm going to go on a bus and talk about dirty jokes to the Clevelanders.
Do you? Well, listen, if you're going to break, you should make a clean break. Make a full-on, don't dip your toe into it,
Oh,
right? Yeah. You have siblings?
Yeah, I'm the oldest of 6.
Oldest of 6. They are into Jesus, aren't
Yep,
they?
they
Wow.
love it.
And are you the only one that's the heretic now? Are you
Yes,
the only?
as of
okay.
now, I'm still got some working on the younger ones.
Right. Oldest of 6.
Yeah.
Because what are you, 22?
Oh, thank you. No, I'm 29.
Well, okay, but you're in your 20s is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So how old's the youngest then?
10.
10.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And my friends always tease me and say that I'm technically like 18 because I believed in God till I was 21. So I'm just delayed a couple of years.
Right. Yes.
I saw Step Brothers for the first time ever a year ago.
So it's really, right. It's really like you're
This
still
whole new world,
learning
yeah.
kind of.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, that's very exciting for you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So tomorrow night is going to be the first Alan Cox Show night on the Cleveland Funny Bus. We're doing it every Wednesday night in May. I'm pretty sure tomorrow night is sold out, but you can go to funnybus.net. Julia Mary is one of your comics who is very funny on this bus and kind of shows you what's going on in your town. They talk about being a tourist in your own town, which is a fun thing to do, right?
There's a lot about Cleveland that people will tell me afterwards that they've lived here for 20 years. And even if it's a handful of things they learned or the way I phrase it, a different way to look at it.
Yeah.
Just how things have happened.
And what I would think is that conceivably, if somebody gets on there and has such a great time that they really, really get lit up, they're not obnoxious, but they really get lit up, they might forget a lot of it and then come back and it's all new to them
I've
again.
gotten that too.
Yes.
And that's the thing. It's hard to imagine, but people get extremely lit, but at the same time, it's not a party bus. It's
Right.
like, and I always joke and say that out of all of the professions and different people I've done this with, the 2 groups of people that get the most hammered are teachers and nurses.
Yes.
And those are 2 groups of people that
Because they have to say
deserve-
so buttoned up the
They
rest
have-
of the time.
And those are like first time I ever shotgunned a beer, I got pressured by a group of teachers on the funny bus.
Mhm.
So like it's all, and like, we have all different types, different ages of people. And we, the hardest part and my favorite part is getting 34 different people that are from different backgrounds all on at least one page or the same chapter
Yeah.
of, and it's people by the end it's like a family, dare I say it.
So how many do you end up doing over the course of, because it's year-round or no? Did I misunderstand
We
that?
are open from like April 1st to December 24th.
Okay.
And in October, we switch up our route, and it's the same concept. Everything's the same, except we go by the most like haunted places in Cleveland. So
Okay.
it's a Halloween tour. People dress up. We do a Halloween game. And then in December, same idea as far as same concept, but we go past the prettiest Christmas lights in Cleveland. So if you
Right.
wanted to come on the bus a couple of times
Is
a
there any
year,
crossover there between the haunted places and the Christmas lights?
that's not something that's ever crossed my mind before, Bill.
This is the haunted nativity crash in
Yeah.
Mr. Johnson's yard. And
what's one of the most haunted places in Cleveland?
The Franklin Castle.
Ah, right, my old
We go
hood.
by that one, and I get kind of scared telling the joke by that one because that one scares me. I'm like, I'm gonna pay my respects, and we're gonna quietly go by this.
Well, I think you
Don't
can
be afraid
spend
of
the
those
night there,
stupid
right?
ghosts.
Can't you spend the night there or something? Like you
Yeah, I
have-
think so
yeah.
now. I think they fixed it all up, and
It was still, when we lived in
Yeah.
Ohio City, it was still like under construction for 9 or 10 years.
It was under construction forever, but I think
Yeah.
it's open now, and you can stay there. Ooh, and it's all spooky because
so spooky.
Tourism needs spookiness.
I would love to, Bill. I would love to just give you a Ouija board and make you stay the night there one night.
Yeah,
and
that'd
see
be
what
fine.
happens.
He would, nothing would come up. Yeah, he'd be fine. It'd be okay. We'll do a
it'd
show
be-
trip or something.
Even if there was a ghost, I'd be like, "What's up, ghost?"
Hey, what up?
That'd be ideal. I would love there to be actual proof of a ghost.
Right? That's all anybody
It'd be
wants.
amazing.
We want to believe. We're all Fox Mulders. We want to believe this stuff. So there had to be a period of, or there probably still is, you're in the middle of kind of a lot of deprogramming, for lack of a better word, right? Because I grew up hardcore Catholic, and it's like, you can take the boy out of church, but you really got to work to take the church out of the boy. And getting kicked out of Catholic college or Christian college.
I was like, oh, you did too?
No, I did not. But I mean, I went K through 12
Yeah.
to Catholic school. You didn't go to Christian high school.
No.
You were like, I'm going to go to college.
Yeah. No, I definitely think the deprogramming, and for me, the more I came out of it, the more I realized how much of it was, I don't want to say faked, because in that time period, I believed it. That's what, I thought I believed. But things just made so much more sense for me after I got out of that.
Right.
I think the guilt, I'm sure you can relate with the whole Catholic thing. The guilt is a weird thing to adjust to, not feeling guilty all the time for drinking or whatever. But then also being like, hey, maybe I shouldn't drink at noon on Monday because that's just what
you
a
gotta
normal person.
find a
You got to
little
figure
bit
where
of
the
a
lanes
balance.
are.
Yeah,
right.
Yes.
So you're when you're not doing Funny Bus, what are you doing? You're doing stand up. You're doing other stuff.
I've been doing stand up. I work in a restaurant, so whenever I can get off at work in time or make it work, I try to jump on Bill's show at High and Dry every Thursday. Love that room.
You crush it there too.
I love that room. I like
what I love about watching you do stand up there is you always make a friend and an enemy. Usually,
that's a good night.
You'll make like a friend of a woman in the audience, and like I've seen so many shows where people will come up to you or come up to me after the show and they're like, "Oh my God, Julia was so funny and she's like the best." But then you'll also find a dude in there and just kind of cut him down in a funny way, but like you can tell like it also kind of hurt him because you get to the core.
I'll just look at someone and go, "Are you insecure about your height?" And then there's just my biggest enemy. No, I like that room. So I do stand up most nights when I can. I've been trying to get on East End as well too. I do other shows besides Bill's, but not ones that I do like open mics.
Yeah, I understand.
We just did a show at Hilarities last Thursday.
Yeah, that game show.
We got robbed, but it's okay.
All right.
Oh, you guys did that. I remember
the stand up
mentioning
get down.
it. Yeah, right.
Yeah. But it's all right.
Well, it's good to meet you.
Yeah, thank you
for
again.
coming in.
I'm
And I
looking
will see you
forward to
tomorrow. That's right. Julia Mary is going to be your tour guide tomorrow night on the Cleveland Funny Bus. Every Wednesday in May, we're doing it with the Alan Cox Show and WMMS. Go to funnybus.net. Tomorrow night's sold out, but get some tickets for the remainder of the Wednesdays or any night you want to go. One of us doesn't have to be there. You can go anytime you like. But funnybus.net is going to have all of the details for you. Where are you on social if people want to follow you?
So my Instagram is Julia Mary, 2 A's after Julia.
2 A's after Julia.
3 Y's after Mary.
Gotcha.
I'll work on that. We'll clean that up.
Yeah.
We'll clean that up.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I got to take a break here. If you want to text for anything, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our on 100.7 WMMS.
People are asking me if the Cleveland Funny Buzz, by the way, is not going to cut into this show at all. Those leave at 7 o'clock. So I'm not running some of shows. I'd never preempt the show to go run off and do something. So every Wednesday in May, Alan Cox Show night over there in the Cleveland Funny Bus. But no, those leave at 7 o'clock. It's a 90-minute tour. And I'll be your host tomorrow night. I think Bill might be your host next week.
That's right.
You can buy tickets for whatever week you want to join us, whatever Wednesday night. Go to funnybus.net, and it'll be a lot of fun. You get a couple of pops from Collision Bend on us, and pull out around 7 o'clock. So it won't interfere with the show at all.
I just sent a question to the group chat.
Okay. I think. That would be something that I think, yes, would have been taken care of.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We can talk about that.
Right. But it'll be a good time tomorrow night. Julia Mary seems very sweet.
Oh, she's very sweet, and she's very funny, and
I'm looking forward to seeing her in her element.
Yes, when she's in her, she was a little uncomfortable in here.
I'm sure.
She was nervous first time on a show like this, so she was nervous, but I think she was, doing a good job. And on the Funny Bus, that's her element. She's gonna rock that, and she's very fun to watch live because she's very she's got a chaotic energy that just grabs everybody's attention.
Right. We'll have hot celebrity goss in a few minutes, courtesy of Perez Bilton.
Let me get that ready.
If you've been waiting for that. Alan, how did you like the Ministry show? I loved the Ministry show. I was thinking of Poundcake during that show, too. He's probably still getting a winner. But seeing Al Jorgensen, and it really, really took me back, by the way. Because Ministry is a band that got going when I was in high school. I remember when Ministry was a local Chicago band. And initially, they sounded very much like Depeche Mode. They were part of that 80s synthy. Al Jorgensen used to sing in a fake British accent. And Every Day is Halloween. People remember that early Ministry song. Some people still love that. And they really, you talk about changing your sound. They really, really changed it. They were really the grandfathers of the whole industrial thing. And it was weird when you would see, because Gary Newman opened for Ministry, and he predates them. Guy's 65 years old. And you could see a lot of his mannerisms on stage. You could see where artists who had come after him were kind of mimicking those. You watch Gary Newman on stage, and you see where a young Trent Reznor kind of got his stage presence. But watching Ministry really, really took me back. There was kind of a teen club in Chicago in the late 80s, early 90s called Medusas, and it was for everybody who wanted to be part of that emerging industrial gothic kind of vibe. And so Ministry would play there back in the day, and so it was a lot of fun to see. But they whipped out a new song, and I was thinking of Poundcake because that Ministry, Gary Newman crowd, that is it's an old punk crowd, old metalhead, old punk crowd. There were younger people there, as you're going to have at any rock show. Mostly white. But there was, in the box across from us, not next to us, but across the Agora, in like the opposite box from us, there was a guy and his girlfriend. And the girlfriend was black. And she was going bananas because Al Jorgensen says, we're going to play a new song that's coming out on the new album. Ministry's dropping an album beginning of August called Hopium for the Masses. And the song is called Goddamn White Trash. And she was going crazy over this. She didn't look out of place. She was very clearly a Ministry fan. And she loved it, that he's pointing, because Al Jorgensen, I think, is Cuban or something. He's pointing at the crowd, and he's, Ministry's always a band that has never, ever been afraid to wear their politics on their sleeve, And she was just loving it. I was so happy for her to, because otherwise, you might feel out of place at a show like that. And there were, by the way, if you were in that group of people on the main floor that were yelling at me, I apologize that I didn't understand what was happening right away. Gwen had to kind of nudge me because I was just kind of like taking it all in. This is in between bands. But there were people on the floor that were, I guess, had seen me and were yelling up at me to get my attention, and I didn't know that that's what was happening. So I wasn't trying to be a dick. When I'm trying to be a dick, you'll know, because I'll tell you. I mean, it's pretty evident. Somebody will come up to me, I'll go, "Hey man, I don't want to be a dick, but I'm going to be a dick right now." And then they walk away because I feel I've over-explained it. But great show. Love that show on Friday night. And they always come, I think they're coming through again end of the summer, but they're in the opening slot for somebody. So, sometimes they'll be headlining, sometimes they'll be opening. But I could only imagine Poundcake being up there pumping his fist during Goddamn White Trash. He probably would have enjoyed that just as much.
Yeah, sure.
What's not to like? Of course.
I just figure a concert like that would be a stinky.
Oh, it is stinky, but it's that's what took me back. It's that great kind of sweaty. Granted, now it's mixed with like beer smell, alcohol smell, right? But it's not gross. It's just what's in the air. You get that many people in any venue. It looked like they sold the thing out.
Panic at the Disco doesn't have like a smelly venue.
It's because nobody's old enough to drink. They're all 10.
What age do you start having BO?
Well, when do you hit puberty?
Everyone hits puberty at different times.
Well, that's when you start having BO.
I think I started.
You don't have BO until puberty.
I think I started around 11, maybe.
11. There you go.
Yeah.
Well, I don't remember when I hit puberty. I remember when I was 11 when I started whacking it. That probably coincides with all of your hormonal changes. But,
yeah, I think I was 11. I remember I was 11 when I started whacking it because I didn't make it right away, and it came out clear, and I was scared. I was like, "What is this?" I was like, "What is this?" Because everyone told me that it was white.
Yeah.
Everyone told me it was white. It was like, okay, white stuff was gonna come out. So I didn't have anything white, and it wasn't pee. So it's like, what is this? I'm a cyborg.
A cyborg? You thought you were a cyborg? That's where his head goes. I'm a cyborg.
Not a cyborg, but I didn't think I was normal. I was like, why is everyone else's white?
Thought you were a freak.
Yes. No one told me.
Especially since you're half white.
Yeah, no one told me it came out clear at first.
Huh.
Because it was, I don't know, I pretty much popped my own cherry or something. Like it was, I didn't understand.
Oh, this guy. Okay. He was a real up-and-comer back then and didn't even know it. No, that's why on my birthday last year, I celebrated 40 years of masturbating because I turned 51 last summer. And it was very exciting. Called some family. I sent out a group text. I sent out an email blast. It was a whole thing. I got flowers and cards and lube, and it was a real milestone last June.
Masturbating is very dangerous.
Depends on how you do it.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
dangerous how?
Because it feels
when you think you're a cyborg?
No, because it feels so good that it got me through. Because my last boyfriend, I didn't date anyone for what?
Oh, you're talking about as an adult. We've time jumped from your formative years?
Yeah, I'm saying like now as an adult. Like my last boyfriend was what, 2021, around there.
I'll take your word for it.
2021. So I went over a year without having a boyfriend, and I was perfectly content. I didn't want anything. Like I didn't necessarily need to hook up. Like porn and masturbating is like a very dangerous game because you can be content with being by yourself.
Well, that's why you have an entire generation of emotionally stunted men.
Correct.
In every country on the planet.
Yep.
Nobody knows how to walk up and talk to a chick anymore.
Well, it's not that I didn't lose my confidence in talking to people. If anything, it's helped me with my self-esteem because I'm like, I don't need you. I do it better myself, bitch. Walk away. Probably ain't no good, no way.
How is that good for your self-esteem?
Because
if that were the case, we wouldn't have emotionally stunted dudes.
I'm not anticipating I don't need their sex anymore. I'm like, I'll just look you up on OnlyFans anyways, all right? I'll pay my $5.99.
Yeah, but nothing. I mean, that might get you through. You're right. You're in a dry spell, get you through. But at some point, man, it's nothing compares to being with another person. It just doesn't. It doesn't. So, and it's people that convince themselves that that's okay. They're like, I don't need to do that. Yeah, you do, man. You do. Because after a while, you're just going to be weird. It's going to make you weird. And that's no good. That's how you end up with douchebags in tactical gear shooting up a strip mall. Yeah. Are we ready for some hot
Yeah, let's do it.
Hey!
Yeah, what a lead-in.
I like to warm up my audience.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
Oh, how are my little goss guzzlers today? I got gobs and gobs of goss for you. Let's start things off. TMZ has reported that as Britney Spears' conservatorship wound down, those caring for her prepared a list of recommendations, including keeping knives away from her. Britney was deathly afraid of being reinstitutionalized and would sleep with a knife to defend herself in case they tried to strap her to a gurney. According to inside sources, Britney said that the knife was her second choice when it came to weapons. Her first choice, an umbrella.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, I do. I remember that. Shaved her head.
Shaved her head
Yeah.
and the umbrella, yeah. All right. Robert De Niro, we talked about this earlier, but I got some more information on this. He recently revealed he has a 7th child. He joked that he's 79, but he's still got strong swimmers.
Mm-hmm.
And according to inside sources, Robert De Niro meant to make an announcement sooner, but he forgot about it.
Yeah.
Sources.
Those sources are, boy, you're so
Very
fortunate
inside,
to have
yeah.
them, yes.
And then finally, Usher and Chris Brown got into it on Chris Brown's 34th birthday. Apparently, an argument led to a scuffle outside the skating rink where Brown's birthday was being held. And according to inside sources, Usher said they are cool and the violence was blown way out of proportion by the media, adding, "With me, you always got to worry about an outbreak, just not the violent kind."
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
Argument
Because of the
leads
herpes.
to a scuffle,
Allegedly.
to all kinds of things. Allegedly, that's right.
Allegedly the herpes, but
Boy,
I thought he talked about it. I thought he said,
He
yeah.
ain't never talk about no herpes.
that Britney Spears thing, boy, you see these stories and you're like,
She's a fighter.
maybe those conservatorship people were onto something, because...
Well, there's a whole thing happening next, I think it's Monday. TMZ is doing this whole expose on like the year and a half since she's been out of the conservatorship.
Yeah.
And
Expose on who? Her?
on Britney, on her life after the conservatorship. It's like primetime Fox special.
Well,
I'm sure they have enough B-roll. It's not like she's
Yeah.
been hiding in her house like...
if they cared so much, they wouldn't. They'd be trying to help her and not exploit her.
No, that's not their job. Their job is TMZ
exploit
exploit
her.
her. That's
Their job is to give you the information within the 30-mile zone. That is their only responsibility. TMZ is like the Perez Bilton of California.
If Britney Spears needs an explanation as to why she was sleeping with a knife, all she needs to tell them is, sometimes I run, sometimes I hide,
Is this a song?
sometimes I'm scared of
Falling on deaf ears, homie. Listen, those are song lyrics from Britney Houston?
Yes.
Britney Houston, Jesus. Britney Spears. I can't keep one cuckoo from apart from the next. Okay, listen. I do feel bad for her, though.
No, you don't.
It's a mess.
Well, no, I really do, because it can't be easy to be her, but by the same token, she has not been hiding in her house so that nobody misconstrues what she says. She clearly has.
Where is her husband?
I think he's hanging back, man. I think he's looking for he's going to pull the shoot, or because her kids aren't little anymore. Kids are like almost college age. So that's not really in the picture. You know, we all saw those videos a couple of years ago of her, like, nobody ever identified with her harder than when her kids were being dicks to her from the back seat. Because every parent of teenagers can identify with that. At some point, you're like, oh my God, celebrities, they are like us.
Oh, she said, you need some lotion. And then he was like, shut up. You don't know what you're
Because
talking about.
I always thought one of the dumbest questions you could ask a celebrity, if you're in a position to interview celebrities, one of the dumbest questions, and it still get asked all the time, is, do your kids love your movies? Your kids must be so excited that you're in. And like, if you have little kids, maybe, but to a person, most celebrities will go, my kids don't care what I'm doing, because you're just their parent. You're just their dad or just their mom. And if you grew up look at Chet Hanks. I mean, Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson are your parents, and you're still trying to do everything you can to divert attention away from that. Pretending like you're Jamaican or something. He's like talking in patois the whole time. And, you know, every one of these celebrities goes, my kids don't care what I'm doing. They couldn't care less. They're off doing their own thing. I mean, when they hit like teenage years or whatever, you know? And that's when they get really identifiable. It's just most of them don't have videos posted of their kids yelling at them in the back seat. But if they did, everybody would be like, yup. Feel your pain there, John Krasinski. I don't know who's got teenage celebrities with teenage kids. They'll never be more relatable than that. When your kid's telling you to, you know, go eat a poop or whatever.
Go eat a poop.
Go eat a poop.
I don't know.
But Britney Spears, man. There are some times, her Instagram is full of pictures of her looking like she needs help. But some days she comes out and I'm like, oh, I see the old Britney Spears. Like the crazy, not crazy like her. I'm talking about her single. Her song Crazy, where she's super hot in a bikini and she's dancing. Like, she still got it. She's still kind of hot. There's just some days she looks like really defeated. And I hate when she's exploited like that, because I feel like they're taking advantage of her bad days. They get a lot of bad shots, and they'll have like one shot per month where she looks, okay.
Well, also the dances she does are not good.
But again, she's not running her own Instagram. I don't feel like. She has a team still. So
but she has to sign off on everything that gets posted.
She's still sending them what's getting posted.
She's sending them the stuff. So everything we see are things that she's given her imprimatur to. She's like, yup, post that. This will be awesome.
That was like that before when she was in the conservatorship. Before, she wasn't signing off on that. Before, I don't know who was running her conservatorship, her management or her dad.
But they were still sending her videos.
So she's like, post this. This is good. Oh, but I still can't get over the fact that
she still loves wearing those like low-rise shorts and stuff.
Because she still looks great.
No, but I mean, like
she
like everybody
great.
else is like kind of got like the more like high-waisted or stuff like that. But she's just sticking with that that late '90s low-rise style.
Because I think she picked up right where she left off when they put her in the conservatorship. Like, she lost those years, and she's like, I'm going to be the most Britney I've ever Britneyed. She's 41, you know? Big problems post-conservatorship, the papers are saying.
What do you think the rest of her life looks like her trajectory? I don't think she wants to have another kid, but I don't know if that's going to happen. Okay. But she has a super hot husband. And
I mean, that's great, but
I don't think she could just slip into like obscurity. Like, she's not going to leave the country.
No, she's not going to go obscure. I think it's just, I don't know. I really don't know.
I think it would be great to see her have like a full
renaissance.
Yes.
Yeah.
like where people aren't going, well, let's see how long it takes for her to explode again.
Yeah, I'd like to see her get healthy and get,
But I just don't
her life back.
But they've already done so much already to her. Like how many docuseries are they going to make about her without actually helping her? She needs, and I'm not talking about like put her back in a home or to 4140 her, whatever they call it?
5150.
5150. She doesn't need that type of help. She needs support, and you can't get that support when you keep constantly putting out stories about her. That messes with your mental health more than anything. That makes sane people go crazy. Free Britney. Stop exploiting her.
Alan Poundcake is right. I just spent an hour, just me, myself, and Poppers. I assume he means a fan of Blues Traveler.
Yes.
Listen, we around here, all huge fans of Blues Traveler.
Actually do love Blues Traveler.
At least we like the Blues Traveler farts. Mm-hmm. Ooh. That is pretty slick. Okay, so there you go. Some people on your side with the poppers.
I don't have any poppers.
No amyl nitrite at Casa Poundcake?
No, I don't. I never got into that stuff. White people always just make me do poppers.
White
never had
people.
They made you?
They made him. White people made him do poppers.
I never even knew it was a thing until I hung out with a bunch of white circuit gays, and they're walking around in their little jock straps. They're like, poppers? I'm like, what is that? Don't be giving me party drugs. They're like, it's not a party drug. It's cassette cleaner. Like,
I was going to say, it absolutely. That's because they couldn't get the actual stuff. Cassette cleaner.
And I'm like,
okay.
Yeah.
I've got to take a break here. You want those Monster Jam tickets? You can get those from me. 4 tickets for the return of Monster Jam. They're going to be at Brown Stadium. A lot of your favorites, some newcomers. It is June 3rd, just a couple of weeks away, so we'll do that coming back. Want to text for anything else? 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our
You're going to see Gravedigger and El Toro Loco and Max D and way more of your favorite Monster Jam trucks. You can go to monsterjam.com. Tickets, info, everything else. Back in Cleveland, June 3rd, you will get 4 tickets from me. Good luck for Monster Jam. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Podcast anytime on our iHeartRadio app.
Ooh, what's a podcast?
Like a TV show, but without the pictures.
Baby, that's called radio. What you're describing is radio.
And live on the radio weekday afternoons.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I guess they're having a real hard time getting people to want to be Cleveland cops. I was thinking to the plain dealer about how their recruiting class this year was its smallest in 25 years. And I don't know how big those normally are. So I was like, oh, they must have had maybe 50 people or something, right? 9 people. Just 9 recruits in the latest class for Cleveland Police Academy. In 2000, they hired 87 Academy graduates. So the class of 9 is the smallest in a quarter century. They said just fewer people in general are looking for a career in law enforcement. You know, my nephew just came out of the Marines, and his long-term goal is to be in federal law enforcement. They're going to put him over in Germany for a bit to finish whatever he's got to do there. And then his plan down the road is he wants to do that. But there were fewer and fewer people, I guess, who are interested in that. City of Cleveland is more than 200 officers short of the budgeted number of about 1,500 cops. They said a lot of them will retire. A lot of them will go out to the suburbs where they can make more money and just sit around and not do much. Essentially, it's not as high stakes as it is in the city of Cleveland. But it's probably also a generational thing too, because they're like, yeah, a lot of people don't they want to work the hours. You know, it's like any other line of work. Except this one, you get to carry a gun, and from what I can tell, not get in trouble when you shoot somebody. But they said that they're having a real hard time getting people to want to sign up. So who knows? I guess maybe that's good news for the ne'er-do-wells in the area, that they're having a hard time getting people to go through the police academy. But who knows? Congratulations, by the way, to Ohio. U.S. News and World Report ranked all 50 states. They ranked the best states, all 50 of them. And as we are one of the 50 states, we made it on the list of 50 states. It's very exciting.
We did it.
Did it!
I knew we could do it.
Number 34. Congratulations. That's good news. That is a small victory. Our GOP legislature is clearly shooting for 50th. So the fact that we're 34th, that's nothing but good news. That's blue skies all the way through. Utah is number 1. And we're number 34. And nothing wrong with that. Happy to just be included. I don't know what number 50. Oh, Louisiana. Of course. Louisiana, which can't score anything by any metric. Louisiana, their governor is running for re-election. And he's way more interested in declaring Confederate. What did he do? He declared Confederate Love Month or something. You know, one of my daughters, when we were in Sedona, she met a new friend out there who lives in Louisiana, and they're going to become pen pals and the whole thing. But we have a lot of bureau chiefs down in Louisiana, too. People in New Orleans, people in Metairie, but they will perpetually rank dead last in all kinds of things. Crime, air pollution, all kinds of things. Guy down there just shot a 14-year-old girl in the back of the head because she was playing hide and seek.
Oh, cool.
And I guess he didn't like the cut of her jib.
Yeah.
The I feared for my life people apparently are terrified of small kids. She's not dead. I think she's going to make it.
But still.
They arrested the guy and the whole thing. But the governor down there is declaring Confederate Heritage Month is his big move for the rubes, I guess. But Ohio, 34. You can't complain about that. Alan, nobody wants to work as a cop because you're automatically called a bigot.
But they're so hot.
Well, not automatically. I mean, if 8 of you beat the piss out of a black kid, yeah, you might get your feels hurt when you get called a bigot.
And people that are bigots usually don't really mind being called bigots.
But you're not automatically called that. Listen, I'm sure that has something to... I'm sure it's... Once they tell you, hey, you can't beat the piss out of people with impunity anymore, I'm sure that makes it less attractive to some people. And there's a lot of good cops out there. But there are also, if you find out, let's say you have a neo-Nazi in your ranks, there's barely anything you can do. So that's another thing, too. Is they're like, yeah, we can lay the guy off because they're worried about lawsuits and crap like that. So they're like, even if you find some scumbag in your ranks, it's not much you can do. So a little this, a little that. And then you got Poundcake who's out there just leering at them. He's just waiting for a hot one to show up, and
I've met a couple.
Sir, you've met a couple of hot cops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were very nice. But again, I can't.
Now, were they nice because they were hot, or were they hot because they were nice?
You know, I don't know. Maybe I did have a little fog in my brain, but again, I can't speak.
What does that mean? You were all horned up?
I was like, whatever they say, like, you know, they're just being stern. They're just being protective.
I see.
But no, they were very nice to me, but I don't.
Did they know who you were?
Yeah, they probably did.
Okay.
But I can't speak for people who feel threatened by police. I feel like if you've had people in your family who have been targeted by the police unjustly, then it would be a problem. But everyone who has had an issue with the police in my family, the police has helped more than it has hurt in my family. So,
put a killer in prison, you mean?
Family members in prison, yes.
Yeah. Well, that's good. You don't want him out running around.
We don't want him because they'll end up staying with me. Like they'll end up staying around my house.
Who's going to stay with you? A murderer is going to end up staying with you?
Whoever has the most money.
And that's you.
Around me, around my family, like
wow,
me or my mom. Yeah.
Poundcake he's the Logan Roy of his family. Imagine that.
Who's a Logan Roy?
Succession viewers will understand that.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say like Logan Paul. I was like, I ain't got his money, but
oh, you don't?
You don't have Logan Paul money?
No.
No, if you are the most well-to-do person in your immediate family, which can't be the case.
No, it's definitely not the case.
Yeah, I was going to say.
But the people who are real well-to-do, they know they have nothing to do with the rest of the family. They're like, oh, no, absolutely not.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Do you have affluent people in your family?
I don't have any rich people. I have people of means. I have hardworking people.
Well, I don't mean like generational wealth, but I mean they're doing just fine. They're very comfortable.
Yes.
They don't want for anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But that is not my immediate family. That is
it's your extended family.
That is cousins and so on. And then I have some very smart people in my family. Like my one cousin, I'm the sucker. I went to college and I still am not as smart as him. He graduated high school, started his own business, and he was in AP classes. I was in LD classes when I was in high school.
What is LD?
Learning disabilities.
In high school?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. And I had a
What was your learning disability?
I struggled with reading was fine, but knowing what the words meant. And I had a speech teacher, not in high school.
I mean, there are dictionaries for that.
I just needed extra time. I would get extra time on tests. I would, what else did I get? It was mainly just like extra time and extra help. That's what I would get. They would spoon feed me stuff, which is why I
well, it's worked out great.
Listen, talk to your senator, talk to your House of Representatives.
What the hell does my senator have to do about your learning disability?
Because that is they put
you mean funding?
Not even funding, but that is their protocol, I guess, for kids who have learning disabilities.
The protocol is what?
You get extra help and you get extended time.
And what does that have to do with my senator?
It's a state law or whatever.
Right. So I should talk to them to thank them, or
if you want things changed, you got to change the law.
Are you following this, Bill?
No.
If I want what to change?
How they deal with kids with learning disabilities.
I don't want, it's not, you're the kid that had the learning disability. I'm just learning of this. You said write your senator. Why?
Well, if you think that what they're doing is ineffective.
I don't.
Okay.
I was asking you, what does that mean? And you said, I just needed more time. Okay. And then you said I should write my senator. I didn't understand.
Because I thought you were saying it all for nothing. You're saying it didn't help. I thought that's what you were saying.
That it didn't help? No, I mean, listen, I don't know anything about that. You had to go at your own speed. I think you threw college around like it was a wet rag, but that's got nothing to do with your senator.
College meant a bunch of different things to me. College was me declaring...
what I'm saying is you weren't laser focused on the academic part of what college means.
That's absolutely correct, but I also had extra help in college too. It just acts a different way when you're at a university. But college itself, I feel like the academics went on the back burner because it was the first time I lived on my own with a safety net.
College was the first time I lived on my own too.
And
first time most people live on their own. College.
I just wilded out. It meant a little independence for me, so I put the academics on the back burner.
And that was probably because you were finally getting to live your real life too.
Yes, because at that point, Akron was the biggest town I've ever been to. Like Oberlin, like I said, 3 miles in every direction, you're out of the city. Akron, I was like, oh wow, you guys can drive a half hour and still be in the city. This is cool.
If you had now, this is asking you to assume what would have happened, and there's really no way to know. But if you had been openly gay in high school, if you had come out and weren't like trying to do the double life thing, do you think that college would have been a different situation for you? Do you think that you would have been more focused on the school part of it?
Probably, again, you said assuming, so I'm going to assume too, because I think about this quite often, because I am so jealous of these kids now who take a boyfriend or a girlfriend with them to prom. I'm like, oh my gosh, I would have loved that, because I hated my prom. I hated everything about it because it was a reminder that I was gay and I was holding a secret in. My senior year, I didn't even fight anymore because I was teased mercilessly because of the way I walked and the way I talked. And so the senior year, it was just like a don't ask, don't tell. Like people assumed that I was gay, and I just didn't correct them. So I just didn't care. So a lot
of people very much want those times back.
Yeah. So looking back,
but they don't even want their kids. They're freaking out that they will even be exposed to gay people, that they even have to live among gay people. They want them erased from society. So.
Well,
things haven't changed that much.
Well, yeah, it has. Yeah, it definitely has, because now the bullies were teasing gay kids. Now there are, and no one would really say anything. Like the bullies ruled the school and they would bully the gay kids and no one would say anything. Now it's bullies will say something to a gay kid and there will be a group of people. They have a big support system and they will fight the bullies. I didn't have that. I was like, if anyone spoke up to the bullies in regards to me, they'll get their ass whooped too. And the punishments are a lot more severe. So that is a good thing. I hope that doesn't get abused.
You're bummed that you missed the time when people were getting their asses whooped for making fun of gay kids.
Yeah, because I got I got my ass whooped. I tried everything. I befriended the bully's girlfriends.
I got my ass whooped and I wasn't even gay. I didn't even have that going for me.
I would befriend the bully's parents, so that would really piss them off because
Cody's coming over to hang out.
It wouldn't even be that. Like they would see me out, at functions like a football game or whatever, and such and such parents would see me. They're like, "What's up?" I'm like, "Hey, man." They're like, "How's my son doing in school?" I'm like, "Well, there's this thing. I can't really think straight because he knocked my eyes straight. He knocked me."
Oh, you'd tell him.
I wouldn't tell.
That's diabolical.
Well, I didn't
He's
have
a snitch.
Smart. Yeah, but that's smart.
because I wasn't gonna
Make
tell
friends with your bully's parents. Oh man, that's evil.
Yeah, I mean, I would try to befriend everyone. That was my thing. I was like, I wasn't gonna fight you. I mean, I'll defend myself, but I would never start the fights. They would.
Cody, I really like your dancing out there. That's not me dancing. I'm constantly dizzy because your dummy son has been thrashing me about the head, neck, and chest for the past school year.
Dude, they hated me. They were like, "Why do you always sing? Stop singing! Stop singing!" And they.
This sounds like you were more generally annoying.
I definitely.
It sounds
was
like
annoying,
being
but
gay
I was
was
nice.
way down the list of.
But I mind my own. I had my own friends. People would target me. I would sing. I was happy. How you gonna get mad at me because I was happy?
A lot of people don't want other people to be happy.
Yeah, people hate when people are happy.
They take other people's happiness very personally.
I had guys.
You're right. It is psychotic, but
These guys would stand on my car. That's how much I was targeted. I kid you not. I would get out. School would be out. I would walk to my car, and these two guys would get on my hood, make a dent in it, and then they would stand on top of my car and do a dab or a stanky leg. I forget what dance it was at the time, but they would.
Whatever was hot at the moment.
They would stand on top
They
of
would
my
Dougie
car.
all over my hood.
And I'm like,
it would change week to week. And there was no, in the student parking lot, there was no security making sure there was nothing hinky going on. Nobody was like, hey, get off that dude's hood, you douche. Nothing like that?
No.
Wow.
Nope.
Like Lord of the Flies out there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And how would they, you just have to wait it out until they decided to stop Dougieing and get off your car?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why were you late? Those dudes were dancing on my hood.
I was so weak and had
Those
such
youths were dancing on the hood of my car.
Did you say utes?
Youths.
Ute? What is a ute?
I was so weak and had such low self-esteem. I was such a victim. Now I'm like, oh, okay. I'm just going to let you think.
But
that
what
I'm
if those
weak
two dudes showed up and started jumping on your car hood?
Where now?
Yeah.
Okay.
You'd peel off with them on.
That's why I'm throwing hands on Prospect Avenue. I learned.
Learned what?
I learned how to defend myself.
Oh, good
It's
for
like
you.
Fight Club. You get punched in the face so many times.
Wow. He's like Zuckerberg. Did you see Mark Zuckerberg won a Brazilian jiu-jitsu tournament?
Oh, really?
This guy out of nowhere, he's taking out
taking
his...
all that metaverse failure out on
Yeah,
people.
they finally put the stake in the metaverse after 3 years and tens of billions of dollars. Everybody around him going,
What a swing and a miss.
This is a losing proposition. He didn't want to hear it. These tech bros all think they're the smartest people on the planet, boy. But he's using his own money. Whatever. Yeah. The metaverse was 3 years old, and they have finally decided ain't going to be nothing. He wanted people living in the metaverse, and I don't think there was a single person not named Mark Zuckerberg who bought into that vision. But he won a Brazilian jiu-jitsu tournament. So he's taken out his frustrations on other dudes. Good for him. That's no small thing. But he is a robot, so that probably, I imagine, gave him an advantage over a human combatant. I got a break. We got Guardians baseball on the way at 6:10, so we'll come back and dig around for a couple minutes. But the first pitch, 6:10, second of three, right around the corner against the Tigers tonight here on MMS.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And
specialty donuts and fancies. Offer valid on medium or larger coffee. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Before making a joke, say, uh-oh, here comes a little whoopsie from my giggle hole.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I love Pound with a Sickness. It's a banger, boy. Well, there was a big deal in the rock and roll world. Stansbury was talking about it. I don't think we got to it, but that David Draymond, who was the frontman for Disturbed, was on Tinder. He's like, this is me. There's a picture of him hugging his dog. I was surprised it wasn't him holding a fish. And if you follow him, he has also been posting his workouts because he is, as it turns out, getting into divorce shape. He has one child with his now ex-wife. She was like an MMA fighter or something, a model, or I forget what the story was there, but they were married, I think, for the better part of a decade, and they're not anymore. And now he's 50. There was a point in time many, many, many years ago where David and I lived in the same neighborhood, but we didn't know it at the time. We didn't find out until many years later. When I had him on my show here in Pittsburgh, and we started talking about our neighborhoods, and it became very clear that we lived very near each other and never knew it. Disturbed was a Chicago band. That was all I knew. And at the time when they were coming up, they couldn't get arrested. They had to go way out into the suburbs or play in Indiana or whatever. So Disturbed had a pretty hard Scrabble run in their own hometown. And it's a weird thing with a lot of rock bands, because in the city, a lot of times, you're looking for pop music. You're not going to get played in clubs, things like that. So rock bands invariably, or ironically, will have a harder time in their own hometown. Sevendust is an Atlanta band. And Atlanta didn't want to know from them when they were coming up. Anyway, I digress. David Draymond was on Tinder because he was like, hey, man, I'm out here hoping, I'll read you his bio. Proud father.
Hey.
Frontman of Disturbed. And obviously, everybody thought this was a troll. So he had to make it clear, no, it's me. It's really me. He'd be texting or DMing with somebody, and a lot of LOLs when they found out. I believe with all my heart in the healing, redeeming, and therapeutic power of music and the connection it creates between all people. So Disturbed is a band that runs, and I love Disturbed, but they are a band that has for a while now run the risk of being very serious, taking themselves very seriously. But he's on Tinder. Well, not 24 hours after it became a big story, he is off Tinder because he said it sucks. And that can't be. He should get on Raya.
Yeah, right.
The celebrity dating app. He's a celebrity.
Yep.
But he got on Tinder.
Well, celebrities are just like you. They know Tinder sucks, just like the rest of us.
His post this morning, early this morning, holy effing dumpster fire Batman. Tinder was an absolute shrimp show. Scammers, grifters, fakes, and phonies. What a colossal effing nightmare. Deleted it. Dear Lord.
He should do Facebook.
Sounds like he was disturbed by Tinder.
It sure sounds like it. Yeah.
He should do Facebook dating like I did.
How'd that work out?
That's how he got his boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
What? I thought McDonald's is how you got your boyfriend.
That's where they first met.
Oh, well, yeah. I thought your eyes met over a box of McDonald Land cookies.
No.
Is that a thing anymore, by the way?
I don't think so.
Remember McDonald Land cookies?
No.
I go right for the Hamburglar.
I'd be like Trump if that was the case. Like, if we ever get married, our wedding is nothing but McDonald's.
Right.
Because I'm like, that's how we met. And then we say, instead of saying I do, we say I'm loving it. And, you may now kiss your husband.
Yeah, I don't think those have been a thing for some decades.
Right.
I'm loving it.
Who's doing the raping?
Discontinued in 2003.
Mm-mm.
I wonder why.
Oh, shortbread cookies.
Went the way of the McPizza. So David Draymond already off of Tinder. And frankly, who could blame him? You know, if you're a well-known person, you're just going to have half the people are going to be telling you suck because they don't like your band. The other half are going to be not sure it's you. I don't know. They're coming through to do Cleveland later in the year. They're on the road with Breaking Benjamin and Ginger, and that's going to get them out to Blossom. Last few dates of that tour are at Blossom. August 27th is when we'll get them here, and they haven't toured in a while. So a freshly divorced guy is like a million other guys.
Right. And
you got to get into divorce shape because he got a little round because he got comfy. You're in a very successful rock band. He was kind of edging into Vince Neil territory there, aesthetically.
But how do you perform for several nights a week for a couple hours and still end up round?
Because, what did you say the other day? You can still eat awful things.
Mm-hmm. It's just about eating too much.
And also, David Draymond's he's not Mick Jagger. He's not running
back
back
around.
and forth.
Yeah, he just kind of plants.
He's stalking the stage, and, he's not doing a hit workout on stage. He's very serious. He's got his arms raised and the whole thing. But he looks, back in the day, looked good, and he's looking good again. Because he's just trying to find love, guys. Is that so bad? Is it so much to ask that the front man for a rock band, listen, any other 50-year-old bald dude with hoop earrings ain't going to get a second look, no matter how many dogs you're hugging. But you go, hey, front man for Disturbed.
There's going to be a new marketing slogan for Ohio tomorrow. Do we want to all throw out a quick guess of what it'll be? It used to be Find It Here.
Oh, the one that they have on the sign when you're leaving Michigan and coming into Find It. It's going to be, we're one of the fattest states. Round on both ends.
That is great. I'm going to go with OH. Oh, no.
And we don't know what it is yet. They're going to unveil it tomorrow. This is the Tourism Bureau?
Yeah.
Board of Tourism?
And Governor DeWine's going to be the one unveiling it tomorrow, so we'll see what they come up with. But we got to go.
Yeah, okay. Guardians baseball here in a minute. What do you have coming up?
I'm headlining some shows this weekend. Friday sold out at the Broadview Brewing Company, so you're too late on that one. But I got Sassy's in Twinsburg. You can get tickets for that at billsquire.com, or you can head over to, I'm doing a show in Northfield next weekend too. Just get all those tickets there, and then check out my podcast, The Bill Squire Show, on iHeartRadio, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts.
Poundcake?
I'm Radio Cody B, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok.
Sports break tomorrow?
Sports break tomorrow.
All right. I'm out there at Alan Cox Show. Twitter, Facebook? No, The Alan Cox Show. Instagram, Cameo, all that. And if you want to leave us messages, do it on the app, talkback button there, or the after hours line, 216-986-8903. And we'll do it all over again tomorrow. Guardians are next against the Detroit Tigers right here at home. We'll talk to you tomorrow, round 2. Thanks.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big Brother is watching you. Be circumspect and discreet. Stay light on your mental feet. One slip and you know you're through. Big Brother is watching you. Conform with all directives. Remember